LoveLore Library. Chapter 8:13. Yunxing chuckled with a sly look on her face. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of divine weapons. I have 2 out of 8. With divine weapons, I can do whatever I want. Yunxing took out the immortal Holy Grail from the beast language ring. Little Queen. Yunxing summoned the little water spirit queen. Biased Master, you've finally summoned me. The little water fairy queen's face was full of joy. However, she immediately frowned and her beautiful face was full of displeasure. Where is this place? The little queen hates this place. The water elves were the kindest and most peace-loving branch of the elves. As the queen of the elves, the little water elven queen was much more sensitive to any foul or bloody smell than humans and ordinary elves. What's wrong? Yunxing didn't understand what the little queen meant. In the words of the human race, this castle was cursed and experienced a terrible disaster. The little water spirit queen also felt the resentment, but she didn't know where it came from. You carry the Holy Grail and fly around the castle until I summon you. Remember, be careful and hide. You must attract the attention of as many people as possible, but you must be careful not to be caught. If you succeed, you will get 10 jars of elven fruit wine. Yunxing was also trying to make use of this opportunity. This time, Divine Wind had asked Huiyu to bring a lot of elven fruit wine and elven elixirs over. Okay. The little elven queen was immediately energized when she heard that there would be wine to drink. She was a beginner king-level figure. She didn't fight head-on. She was still very good at hiding. The little queen hugged the Holy Grail and thought of the elven fruit wine to drink. She even hummed happily along the way and wandered around the castle. Seeing that the little queen had left, Yunxing stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself, Night Fox, this time, we are even. Yunxing remembered very clearly that Yi Baiming used her to steal Li Xiao's purple gold Oregon. This time, Yunxing was going to let him have a taste of what it felt like to have a duck fly away from his mouth. When the little water fairy queen appeared with the immortal Holy Grail, Yi Baiming, Dugexiu, Ruyi, and the others, who were originally rushing towards a certain direction in the castle, had different reactions from the spiritual sparrows and treasures in their hands. The 3 of them were puzzled. Looking at the reactions of their respective spirit sparrows and artifacts, the 8 Desolates' divine artifact seemed to be in another direction. Let's go back. The 3 of them immediately changed directions and rushed towards the little water sprite queen. However, when they were halfway there, the spirit sparrow and the treasure reacted again. This time, it showed that the 8 Desolates' divine artifact was moving in a completely different direction. What's going on? Why is the artifact walking back and forth? Ruyi led his group of mages back and forth a few times. They were mages in the first place, and their physiques were weaker than warriors. In the past few days, they had been so worried that they couldn't even meditate properly. They ran back and forth in the huge castle dozens of times. Every time they ran nearby, the magic crystal ball would have a different reaction. This feeling was as if the 8 Desolates' divine artifact had grown legs of its own. Of course, the artifact couldn't have grown legs of its own. The only possibility was that someone was carrying the artifact. Thinking of this, Ruyi didn't dare to be negligent. He decided to believe in the instructions of Elder Si Ming's magic crystal ball and continued to follow the 8 Desolates' divine artifact tirelessly. He swore that he would definitely snatch the artifact before the others. Yunxing relied on the immortal Holy Grail to temporarily get rid of the major forces including Ruyi. In the beast language ring, the other 8 Desolates' divine artifact, the summoning demon's hand, was still quiet. Yunxing thought for a while and decisively abandoned more than 100 living rooms. She also thought that even if the city lord of Taiyuan had the 8 Desolates' divine artifact, he must have hidden it in the most important place. Yunxing didn't dare to delay and ran all the way. After passing through the living rooms, she rushed straight to the city lord's palace. In front of her was the outer palace of the city lord's palace. Yunxing jumped a few times and entered the outer palace. In the outer palace, it was very quiet. It was obvious that the other forces hadn't arrived yet. This was also thanks to Yunxing's earlier actions to confuse the public. However, what made Yunxing disappointed was that she was already standing in the outer palace. However, in the beast language ring, there was no reaction from the summoning demon at all. Or could it be that the 8 Desolate's divine artifact wasn't hidden in the city lord's palace? Yunxing looked around the outer palace but didn't find anything. She then walked into the inner palace, which was next to the outer palace. The city lord's palace was divided into 2 sections. Outside was the meeting room and inside was the city lord's bedroom. The bedroom was further divided into 2 sections. One section was the bed, and the other was the meditation and daily training area. Yunxing looked at the meditation area of the city lord. The summoning demon's hand still didn't respond. Still nothing. Could it be that the 8 Barons' legendary weapon is hidden in the underground palace? Yunxing remembered that the jade tablet at the entrance clearly stated that the teleportation portal to the underground palace was in the inner palace of the city lord's palace. There was a teleportation portal in the inner palace. However, this teleportation portal had been there for too long. Not to mention the magic power, even the magic seal script on it had become blurred. Yunxing checked the magic seal script on the teleportation portal to see if she could find any clues. However, just as Yunxing was checking, a fatal thunder flash and a wind sickle came towards her from the front and back. Yunxing abruptly bowed and rolled on the ground, dodging the 2 spells that were aimed at her from the front and back. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge our attacks. Yunxing, you're quite capable. A cold laugh came from a corner of the inner palace. 2 people walked out from the direction of the curtains. They were the 2 sorcerers from Zhou State. This voice, the 2 sorcerers who had mysteriously appeared, took off their masks. No wonder I always felt that you were hostile towards me. Sigh, Chen Lian, jealousy is a disease. You really are sick. You and Lu Tongtian were actually willing to join Zhou State and work for others. Yunxing shrugged. She had forgotten that Chen Lian was also from Zhou State. Since Koling could return to Tang Yuan after betraying the elite camp, Chen Lian, a woman who would do anything for her own benefits, would naturally return to Zhou State after losing the mission to find the legendary weapon. However, Yunxing didn't expect that Chen Lian would give up searching around the living room and come directly to the city lord's palace. I'm the crown princess of Zhou State. There's nothing wrong with returning to Zhou State. However, you actually managed to come here alone. However, you're also seeking your own death by coming here. Without Yi Baiming, that poison brat, and De Guxiu, I'd like to see how you're going to deal with us. Chen Lian had always wanted to take revenge on Yunxing. Unfortunately, she hadn't found the opportunity. Chapter 8:14. Chen Lian had always wanted to plot against Yunxing, but she didn't have the chance to do so. Now, she had a rare opportunity. She was sure that Yunxing wouldn't be able to escape from her and Lu Tongtian. At this moment, in Chen Lian's eyes, Yunxing was already a dead person. Oh, you really think so? Yunxing smiled. What are you smiling for? You're about to die, yet you're still smiling. Seeing Yunxing's face, Chen Lian was jealous and hateful. It was this face that seduced Yi Baiming, causing him to be completely infatuated with her and ignore her. I'm laughing at your childishness. Don't think that only you 2 know how to hide your identities. You have to know, the same trick that you 2 used, I've already gotten tired of it when I was in Skywing City. Yunxing was mocking Chen Lian, and Lu Tongtian, imitating her and Dong Huanglinger's method of a flame emperor. As she spoke, she clapped her hands. Suddenly, a few warriors rushed in from the outer palace. Seeing those warriors, Chen Lian, and Lu Tongtian's expressions changed slightly. Aren't you people from the Hunters Guild? How is this possible? These warriors, including the only martial emperor in the Hunters Guild, all stood behind Yunxing and respectfully greeted, Vice Guild Leader. XX Crown Princess, you're still the same as before. Your chest isn't big and your brain isn't good. Don't you know that my master is the guest elder of the Hunters Guild and my second uncle is the guild leader of the continent's top heaven expedition hunting corps? Tell me, in this kind of situation, will the Hunters Guild help you or help me? Yi Baiming wasn't the only one who had secretly hidden the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's power. Yunxing had also made ample preparations before heading to the Taiyuan ruins. First, she contacted second uncle and asked him to invite a martial Grand Emperor expert who had a close personal relationship with Yun Ba to hide in the Hunters Guild. Then, she selected a few devil warriors and hid them in the Hunters Guild in Zhou State. Yunxing had prepared all of this in secret without anyone noticing. Facing the sarcastic Yunxing and the hunters behind her, Yi Zichen was stunned. Chen Lianer's face paled. She didn't think that Yunxing would have a trick up her sleeve. If it was just Yunxing alone, she and Lu Tongtian would definitely be able to kill Yunxing. However, there were a few more strange devil warriors and a martial emperor expert. With these people added together, it was still unknown who would be able to kill who between her and Yunxing. Why did she always lose to Yunxing? Whether it was the man or the mission, she had lost so miserably. Yunxing, today, either you die or I die, Chen Lianer said word by word. Chen Lianer, you are not my opponent. Not now, and definitely not in the future. Yunxing also raised her magic scepter. Chen Lianer had plotted against her many times, especially just now. If she hadn't sensed the breathing of other people in the inner hall, she would have been killed under the pincer attack of Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer. This woman was narrow-minded. Leaving her alive would only cause trouble in the future. Is that so? Then we'll only know after we fight. Chen Lianer's eyes were filled with hatred. She slowly took out a bracelet from her storage necklace and put it on her hand. She would kill Yunxing at all costs. The moment the bracelet was taken out, Yunxing's beast language ring trembled and her summoning hand trembled. 8 Baron Divine Artifact. A thought flashed through Yunxing's mind. Yunxing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the ancient bracelet on Chen Lianer's hand. There was no mistake. It really was the magical bracelet of the 8 Baron Divine Artifact. It was left behind by the first magical god of the temple. Yunxing's heart thumped uncontrollably. The 8 Baron Divine Artifact in the Taiyuan castle had not been found yet, but another 8 Baron Divine Artifact had suddenly appeared. Although the divine power of this divine artifact was much weaker than the other divine artifacts, it was still very powerful. But Yunxing still remembered the legend of the magical bracelet. It was a mysterious bracelet that contained endless magic power. It could allow the wearer to have the terrifying power of the first magical god. But Yunxing was sure that the magical bracelet on Chen Lianer's hand did not emit such a terrifying magic wave. Yunxing looked at it and found that there was a similar soul stone on the magical bracelet. Her heart skipped a beat as she suddenly thought of something. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? The soul stone on Chen Lianer's bracelet was almost exactly the same as the enigma stone in her beast speech ring that contained powerful magic. She instantly understood. It was no wonder Chen Lianer was willing to do anything, even selling her body, to obtain that enigma stone from the Skywing Tower. It turned out that it was used to repair the magical bracelet. But Qin Lianer had never imagined that Steward Chu would secretly swap it out and give her a fake soul stone. Thus, the magical bracelet's power was greatly reduced. After understanding all this, Yunxing decided that she had to obtain the magical bracelet no matter what. Qin Lianer was completely unaware that one of the 8 barren divine artifacts that she had painstakingly searched for was currently on her arm. Yunxing, today, either you die or I die. After putting on the magical bracelet, Qin Lianer's magic power rapidly increased by a large margin. She was originally a sky magus, and after putting on the magical bracelet, she directly broke through to become a Saint Law Overlord. With a shout, Qin Lianer and Lu Tongtian charged toward Yunxing side by side. Almost at the same time, the members of the Hunters Guild behind Yunxing also split up and attacked the two. Leave Qin Lianer to me. Yunxing flapped her magic wings and nimbly dodged a wind side that Qin Lianer released. Lu Tongtian was also quite capable. With his strength alone, he was actually able to barely block the martial emperor and the other magic warriors. Yunxing and Qin Lianer leaped into the air. Qin Lianer was a wind magus, so her agility was unparalleled. Yunxing had the help of Night Charm and a Wind Soul Stone, so her agility was slightly higher than Qin Lianer's. The two began to fight in the inner hall. In an instant, wind scythes flew everywhere, and fireballs hit the curtains and decorations in the hall. Flames raged, and smoke rose into the air. On the other side, Lu Tongtian and the Martial Emperor were also locked in battle. The magic and do qi released by the two caused the City Lord's Hall to suffer. The walls collapsed, and the entire inner hall shook. Yunxing could not help but think to herself, the magical bracelet really does have some secrets. Hey, Skywing expansion, Yunxing suddenly called out. Hearing this, Qin Lianer's heart shook, and she subconsciously turned her head. Since the soul stone appeared in Qin Lianer's hands, it meant that Skywing expansion's death was related to her. Yunxing took advantage of this and suddenly called out Skywing expansion's name. Qin Lianer was already feeling guilty about killing Skywing expansion. Hearing this shout, she was not paying attention, and Yunxing took advantage of this opening. In the blink of an eye, Yunxing had finished chanting. Chapter 8:15. In terms of strength, Yunxing was only a sky magician. Qin Lianer, who had obtained the magic god bracelet, had already reached the level of a saint-level magician. In the magician realm, every level of difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if they were both high-level magicians, the effect of a grand sanctuary magician and a sky magician would be very different. Therefore, Yunxing decided not to use nature magicians to deal with Qin Lianer. The moment Qin Lianer was fooled, a wave of dark magic flowed out of Yunxing's body like a tide. Dark thorns. Cracks appeared on the white marble floor, and dark thorns that were as sharp as blades rose from the ground. Yunxing, you're courting death. Qin Lianer turned around and realized that there was nothing behind her. Only then did she realize that she had fallen into Yunxing's trap. She knew that after Yunxing learned from a dark gold teacher, she didn't even need to chant. Because she couldn't dodge in time, her foot was pierced by a dark thorn, and a piece of flesh was scraped off. The magic soul stone on the magic god bracelet on Qin Lianer's hand flashed. Qin Lianer actually managed to use her powerful wind-type magic to avoid the thorns at the critical moment. Even so, Qin Lianer's legs and body were already covered with scratches. She could only barely dodge to a relatively safe place. That place was the magic array that led to the underground palace in the City Lord's Hall. A magic array that seemed to have lost its magic power. Yunxing wouldn't give Qin Lianer a chance to dodge. She chanted a second time. Bang bang bang. The dark thorns were like bullets from a machine gun, piercing through the magic array. Many soul stones on the magic scepter flickered with a shocking light. Then, a raging sea of fire began to burn. Only then did Chen Lianer realize how terrifying the elven hellfire was. Yunxing's elven hellfire was not something that ordinary magic flames could compare to. Ordinary water magicians couldn't extinguish it at all. Not only that, when it burned, it would be further consumed and corroded by magic shields. With the sound of spikes rising from the ground and the heat from the blazing flames, a third of the entire city lord's palace had been destroyed by Yunxing's magic attack. Chen Lianer had never imagined that she would be trapped to death by Yunxing. The air was filled with Yunxing's tyrannical dark magic fluctuations. The fire and rocks brushed past Chen Lianer's face. She no longer had her usual seductive and noble appearance. In comparison, Lu Tongtian's fight with the martial emperor paled in comparison. Tisk, so this is a competition between magicians. Many people had already arrived at the city lord's palace. The duel between the mages and the city lord hall made everyone who had just arrived click their tongues in amazement. When Cheng Bai and the others saw Chen Lianer and Lu Tongtian, and then looked at the Zhou state hunters surrounding Lu Tongtian, they were confused. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately understood. Cheng Bai couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of lousy team was this? Not only did Chen Lianer and Lu Tongtian sneak in, they even planted Yunxing's spy. He and Zhou Xiao were being played like monkeys. Zhou Xiao, what do you think? Cheng Bai and Bu Zhou Xiao secretly watched from the side. No rush. With such a big commotion, Bai Ming is so nervous about Yunxing. He will definitely rush over. Moreover, there are still no clues about the Octaterra divine artifact. Bu Zhou Xiao paid attention to Yunxing and Chen Lianer's duel and didn't step forward to stop it. For the warriors of Wushuan Wuji School, this was the first time they had seen such a high-level magic duel. The duels of the warriors in the dojo were more exciting than flashy. Just in terms of visual effects, the dark thorns all over the ground and the blazing elven hellfire were much more exciting than the warriors punching each other and kicking each other. However, Bu Zhou Xiao also understood that in a duel between magicians, especially magicians of similar strength, the final outcome would be a competition of endurance and magic power. Yunxing's attacks were fierce, but he was afraid that she wouldn't have enough magic power. However, Bu Zhou Xiao didn't know that Yunxing had a 5-elemental magic spirit. Her magic power wasn't inferior to Chen Lianer's, who had the magical bracelet. In comparison, the duel between Lu Tongtian and that warrior was much more inferior. You guys, why aren't you helping? Lu Tongtian saw that Chen Lianer was being forced to retreat by Yunxing. He himself was being entangled by the martial emperor and couldn't escape. In his anger, he roared at Cheng Bai and the others. Haha, that's funny. Help. Earlier on at the fork in the road, our people were attacked, but I didn't see you guys helping. Besides, what help? Yunxing is a member of our Wushuan Wuji school, Yi Baiming's woman. Compared to her, Zhou State is nothing, Cheng Bai spat. In front of his brother, what was the rotten Zhou State's government? Cheng Bai's words almost made Lu Tongtian choke to death. You. Lu Tongtian still wanted to say something fierce, but who knew that the martial emperor's leg would sweep over, solidly kicking his magic wooden helmet. How could a martial emperor's leg be so easy to endure? Lu Tongtian only felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Why are they fighting? The huge commotion in the city lord's palace had already alarmed the people from the other factions who were still searching for the Octaterra divine artifact outside. Even Yi Baiming and the others, who had been fooled by the little water sprite queen, heard the sounds of fighting in the inner palace and rushed to the inner palace. Yunxing, I want you dead, Chen Lianer was chanting when Yi Baiming arrived. She had never been in such a sorry state before. She was crazily chanting and the magical bracelet in her hand emitted a blood-red light. Beneath her feet, there was a huge explosion and the entire City Lord's palace shook violently. Lienor, don't use Nightmare Dragon Storm. Otherwise, the entire City Lord's palace will be destroyed. Lu Tongtian saw Chen Lienor's actions and felt his insides crack. He didn't expect Chen Lienor to risk her own life to fight to the death with Yunxing. After repairing the magical bracelet, Chen Lienor realized that she could reach the magic realm of a saint-level magical emperor. She begged Lu Tongtian to enter the magic forest and help her find a super magical fruit. Lu Tongtian didn't agree at first because he knew the power of a super magical fruit was not to be underestimated. It could even destroy a small village. Even Lu Tongtian himself didn't dare to rashly learn how to use a super magical fruit. He also knew Chen Lienor's temperament. He was afraid that Chen Lienor would do something extreme. But Chen Lienor didn't care. She even promised that as long as Lu Tongtian agreed, she would marry him after completing this divine artifact quest. Lu Tongtian couldn't resist the temptation and finally agreed to Chen Lienor. In the saint-level region of the magic forest, he found a super wind magical fruit suitable for Chen Lienor on a wind magical tree. That magical fruit contained a super magical fruit with terrifying power called Nightmare Dragon Storm. Chapter 8:16. According to the memory of the magician and the magic fruit, if she triggered the flood dragon storm, not to mention a Taiyuan castle, even the entire Taiyuan ruins would be razed to the ground. Yunxing also realized Chen Lienor's madness. Under the effect of the magic bracelet, countless wind magic elements rushed to Chen Lienor's body. Her whole body was surrounded by magic elements. The wind magic elements gathered together and formed the shape of a green wind dragon. The dragon's shape was still expanding. It was more than 20 meters tall and emitted terrifying magic waves. It was about to take shape in front of Yunxing. It opened its huge mouth, as if it was going to swallow Yunxing at any time. Yunxing looked so weak in front of the flood dragon. Damn it, this woman is crazy. Yi Baiming, Du Guxiu, and the others who had just arrived happened to witness this shocking scene. The two of them did not hesitate. They rushed to Yunxing in a flash. The loud sound of the wind was incessant. The whole palace trembled, as if the castle was about to be shattered. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu stood on the left and right, sandwiching Yunxing in the middle. The two of them looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Lord Baiming, why don't we make a bet to see who will defeat this flood dragon first? Okay, as Prince Dugu said, let's have a competition. Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows evilly. Fighting energy was dense on his right arm. The winner can marry her. Du Guxiu smiled. His eagle-like eyes were full of provocation. Yi Baiming frowned. The fighting energy around him burned like flames. He spat out a few words. Du Guxiu, I should have warned you. She is the only one I won't let go of. Since you won't let me, then this prince will snatch her. Du Guxiu looked up to the sky and laughed. He suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the flood dragon like a cannonball. Yi Baiming did not show any weakness. Black scales grew wildly on his left and right arms. He roared and rushed toward the flood dragon at the same time. Seeing Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's actions, Chen Lienor's heart, which was already filled with hatred for Yunxing, was completely twisted. She shouted, Yunxing, why is it Yunxing again? How am I inferior to her? You blind men, why do you only like Yunxing? I will tear you to pieces, no one can escape. She desperately urged her magic power, and the figure of the hurricane dragon that was still in the process of forming became clearer. The dragon's body began to roll. The dragon's body rolled and a hurricane was forming. The ground trembled and the air was filled with the aura of death. Each and every one of you, do you think I'm dead? Yunxing was furious. This damned Night Fox and Duga Xiao, why did they blindly join in? Super magic, very powerful, right? If it was interrupted, so what if it was powerful? Spacetime prohibition. Yunxing raised her magic scepter. A wave of dark magic quickly gathered around her. A dark light fell on the flood dragon in front of her. Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu's bodies stopped in midair. The flood dragon also stopped. This is the moment. Yunxing instantly moved in front of the flood dragon. In her hands, water and fire magic elements crazily multiplied. The profound lightning vortex sizzled. Go! Without any hesitation, Yunxing sent the lightning vortex into the flood dragon's mouth. Yunxing made full use of the 10 or so seconds of time restriction. In the eyes of the crowd, they saw a dramatic scene. The flood dragon let out a sharp cry. The profound lightning vortex tore the flood dragon apart. The flood dragon, which was more than 20 meters tall, was torn to pieces by this terrifying magic. As all of this had happened too suddenly, the crowd was simply unable to distinguish what had happened during this period of time. No, Chen Lianer let out a tragic cry. The moment the flood dragon's back was torn apart, her body couldn't withstand too much wind magic. Like a balloon, she burst into pieces. Until the moment of her death, Chen Lianer never thought that she would die under Yunxing's magic. This magic was the lowest level of spacetime magic. Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu, who were already flying in midair, were also thrown off by the wind magic and the profound lightning vortex. The moment Chen Lianer's body was torn apart, the magic god bracelet on her arm flew out. Yunxing saw it clearly. She teleported and was about to snatch the bracelet. Watch your step. Two voices were heard. Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu charged toward Yunxing. It turned out that when Yunxing landed, she landed right on the magic array of the city lord's palace. Yunxing lowered her head to take a look and was shocked. She clearly saw that this magic array had already lost its magic power. But at this time, the black, mud-like magic power was surging toward the magic array. The entire magic array suddenly came to life. The blurry magic runes became clear. It was like an old stone mill that hadn't been used for many years was suddenly moved. Creaking sounds came from under their feet. This magic array that had already lost its magic power suddenly shone with magic light. Inside the magic array, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Duga Xiu were all enveloped by the magic light. The entire magic array suddenly let out a cracking sound. Yunxing and the others, who were inside the magic array, felt their feet miss a step. They fell down like kites with a broken string. Yunxing. Baiming. Crown Prince. There was a series of exclamations. The cracked magic array was still expanding. The ground of the city lord's palace was cracking as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. They grew wantonly like withered vines on an old tree. Taiyuan Castle was about to collapse. Not good. Everyone, evacuate from Taiyuan Castle immediately. Seeing Yunxing and the others being swallowed up, the leaders of the major forces panicked. They hadn't found the divine artifact yet, but under the current situation, the castle would collapse if they stayed any longer. They could only withdraw from the castle immediately. After the castle collapsed, they could enter the castle to search for the three people. Sister Lan, don't stop me. I'm going to find Yunxing. Abandon's eyes were bloodshot. He hated himself for being too slow and not being able to pull Yunxing back. Ignoring the falling stone beams and debris above his head, he was about to charge towards the spell formation. Gu Feng had left. If Yunxing also left this time, he would be the only one left. Abandon, listen to me. Yunxing is a good person. She has Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu to protect her. She will be fine. Lan only knew that she had to protect her team members as much as possible. Disregarding Abandon's struggle, Lan and the other mage grabbed Abandon and fled out of the castle. Yunqing's fate was uncertain. Lan only hoped that she would be able to escape this calamity. Chapter 8:17. It didn't matter whether they could find the divine artifact or not. At the very least, she had to escape with the rest of the people. Roar, a terrible roar of a beast came from the corridor. It's the purple gold beasts. Everyone was stunned. Just as they were about to flee, all of the violet gold condor statues in the magical beast corridor suddenly came to life. 20 purple gold magical beasts were waiting in the magical beast corridor, eyeing them covetously, blocking the exit. How could this be? Why are all these beasts alive? When it rains, it pours. Lan and the others didn't expect to encounter so many beasts at such a critical moment. For some unknown reason, these magical beasts that had turned into purple gold statues had not eaten for more than 500 years. At this moment, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Whatever they encountered would be eaten alive by them. If they wanted to escape, it was bound to be another fight. The castle shook even more violently. Lan and the others only had a dignified look in their eyes. Outside the Taiyuan castle, the third main summoner and several summoners from the Temple of Dharma watched from afar as the castle collapsed bit by bit. A smile appeared on their faces. This Taiyuan castle will be the burial place of the 6 major forces. It seems that the people of the 6 major forces will not return this time. It's all thanks to the Emperor Zhao in Red's strategy. Those idiots really thought that they could find the divine artifact here. Fools! 500 years ago, the Taiyuan castle buried the treacherous Taiyuan. Today, let this castle completely bury the elites of the 6 major forces. The Zhao state was very ambitious. They had always wanted to weaken or even destroy the other major forces and make the Zhao state a unique existence on the mainland. But they never had the chance. Until Ji Fang succeeded the position of the Emperor Zhao in Red. As the greatest and most talented Emperor Zhao in the Zhao state for more than 1,000 years, Pope Ji had been painstakingly running the Zhao state for many years. Opportunity finally favored the Zhao state. The Dutian blood realm had changed, and the Dutian blood seal could collapse at any time. The magicians and warriors on the continent became restless. They proposed to search for the lost Octaterra artifact. The Emperor Zhao knew that the Temple Fair would use the Starry Sky magic array to search for the divine artifact. He had already started planning today's plot. However, what surprised the Emperor Zhao in Red even more was that the Starry Sky magic array of the Temple of Dharma had identified the ruins of Taiyuan as the place where the 8 barren artifacts were unearthed. After the Zhao state received the news, they pretended to form an alliance with the Grand Emperor and headed to the Taiyuan ruins. These summoners who had left and returned were the people from the Zhao state who had been forced to leave at the Sky Sea Line. They had pretended to retreat in order to lure the other 6 forces into the Taiyuan ruins and fall into their trap. However, they didn't expect that even though the Zhao state had set up an inescapable trap along the way, the people from the 6 forces would still be able to pass through the Taiyuan ruins and the lost track. Fortunately, the Emperor Zhao still had a trick up his sleeve, and that was the purple gold demonic beast statues in the Taiyuan castle. The purple gold statue was also known as the purple gold curse. When the Taiyuan ruins were first built, the Emperor Zhao in Red used the purple gold curse to seal the demonic beasts in the Taiyuan castle. Only a master summoner could seal the purple gold demonic beasts. After the people from the 6 forces entered the Taiyuan castle, the 3rd master summoner, who had been hiding in the dark, unsealed the purple gold curse and sealed the entrance to the Taiyuan castle. Coincidentally, Yunsheng and Qinlianer had a conflict in the Castellan's palace. The castle was on the verge of collapsing, and the people from the 6 forces were forced to retreat. However, they were already at the end of their rope. What awaited them were hungry purple gold demonic beasts. But Master Summoner, are you sure there are no divine artifacts in the castle? If there aren't, why would the magic array in the temple indicate that this place is here? One of the summoners was confused. Impossible. The Taiyuan ruins were already searched by the Zhao state more than 500 years ago. Everyone in the Zhao state knows this, the third master summoner said contemptuously. It wasn't just the Taiyuan castle. Even every house in the Taiyuan ruins had been searched thoroughly. Needless to say, the Taiyuan castle was searched thoroughly. The third master summoner was sure that there were no divine artifacts in the Taiyuan ruins. This time, it was all thanks to the temple. The elite camp, the later Qin, the Zhou state, the Hunters Guild, Tang Yuan, the Immortal Abode, the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion, and so on. Those who were regarded as the most talented magicians and warriors of the major forces must die. Especially the elite camp, the later Qin, the Zhou state, and the Tang Yuan. The most talented princes and princes of these countries had all died in the Taiyuan ruins. The third master summoner was even more pleased with himself. At this moment, the sky darkened. The purple cloud in the sky seemed to have lowered by a few inches. The entire Taiyuan mountains seemed even more depressing and gloomy. The third master summoner and more than a dozen Zhao state summoners looked at the crumbling Taiyuan castle. No one rushed out. Some parts of the castle were already on fire. The fire was like a ghost in the dark night. It was a ghastly sight. The third master summoner waited patiently. Chapter 8:18. Yun Sheng was already very familiar with this pair of arms. She came at the wrong time. She almost heard that person's words clearly. Yun Sheng despised him in her heart and rolled her eyes. Looking up, Yun Sheng happened to see Yi Baiming's beautiful chin. Night Fox. Yun Sheng was stunned. She suddenly remembered Yi Baiming's anxious voice the moment the magic array collapsed. Why are you talking to yourself? I was almost scared to death by you. Yi Baiming gave Yun Sheng a knock on her head. God knew how terrified Yi Baiming was when Yun Sheng fell into the magic array. He seemed to have returned to that day in Celestial Fox's tomb when Yun Sheng suddenly disappeared. He thought that he was going to lose Yun Sheng forever. That kind of uncontrollable fear was like a black hole that swallowed everything. Yi Baiming almost fell into the state of beast blood frenzy again. With the experience of Celestial Fox's tomb last time, even though Yi Baiming was at the edge of the magic array and could still escape, he still chose to fall into the magic array with Yun Sheng. After falling into the magic array, Yi Baiming controlled the speed of his fall while sensing Yun Sheng's location. Finally, he found Yun Sheng's aura. However, Yun Sheng was at a loss. She asked in a daze, "Who are you guys?" This made Yi Baiming almost go berserk. However, fortunately, the little wild cat was in his arms. This time, she would not disappear for no reason. No matter what was under the magic array, even if it was hell, he would accompany her to break out. Before flirting, shouldn't you recognize where you are? A dry voice interrupted Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's short reunion. Duge Xiu was actually just a few feet away. His eyes were filled with displeasure and jealousy as he stared at Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng. TSK, he was just one step away. Only the heavens knew how envious Duge Xiu was of Yi Baiming being hugged by a beauty. When Yun Sheng fell into the magic array, Duge Xiu and Yi Baiming were standing in the same position. Both of them reacted the same way, wanting to save Yun Sheng. However, Duge Xiu had been standing close to Chen Lianer at that time. When Chen Lianer's body was crushed by the wind magic, he was also affected. In just a few breaths, Yi Baiming beat him to it. Duge Xiu, why are you here? Yunxing still did not understand the situation. She poked her head out of Yi Baiming's arms. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. These two guys were mortal enemies wherever they went. Right now, the situation was unclear. She had to make these two angry lions stop fighting for the time being. After Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu appeared, the mysterious voice disappeared. It seems like we're reaching the bottom. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu's fighting spirit were strong. Relying on their fighting spirit, the two of them forcibly stabilized their bodies. The two of them felt that the speed of their descent was slowing down. They could faintly see light below. They recalled the jade tablet at the entrance of Taiyuan Castle. Below the magic array, it was very likely that the underground palace built by the city lord of Taiyuan for his retirement. After a slight sound, Yi Baiming's feet finally touched the ground that he had not touched for a long time. The darkness disappeared. The three of them were already in a spacious stone room. The moment the three of them landed, the original black hole above the stone room disappeared. The surroundings were warm. An illuminating magic array operated steadily at the side. Night Fox, put me down. Yunxing struggled gently. She was already somewhat immune to Yi Baiming's embrace. She had to admit that Night Fox's arms were very safe. Just now, Yunxing shamelessly thought that if there was really an endless abyss below, if she fell to her death, there would still be Yi Baiming to cushion her. Of course, Yunxing only dared to think about this in her heart. Duge Xiu's gaze was as sharp as a knife, making Yunxing feel awkward. Yi Baiming put Yunxing down, but he was still wary of Duge Xiu. No matter how he moved, he used his body to block Duge Xiu to prevent him from getting too close to Yunxing. Letting the wolf guard against thieves and Duge Xiu was Yi Baiming's strategy. The place where the three of them were was very spacious. It's really an underground palace. Yunxing looked at the surrounding walls and found a rough diagram of the underground palace. From the map of the underground palace, the scale of the underground palace was not small. There were many tombs. It was originally intended for the descendants of the city lord of Taiyuan to use. But unexpectedly, not long after the construction of the underground palace, Taiyuan City was destroyed overnight. The underground palace also became empty because of this. Beside the diagram of the underground palace, there was an illusion engraved. This illusion also revealed why the Prince of Taiyuan wanted to build Taiyuan City in a dangerous place like Taiyuan Mountain. In the early years of the city lord of Taiyuan, he once had a crown princess, who was his first wife. There was an accident in the Penglai Palace. In order to cover for the Prince of Taiyuan, the crown princess was killed by the Zhao state. The grief-stricken Prince of Taiyuan fled to Taiyuan Mountain with the body of his beloved concubine. It was only because the crown princess had traveled to Taiyuan Mountain in her early years and praised the local scenery that the Prince of Taiyuan worked hard to build Taiyuan City. He also placed the bones of his beloved concubine in a tomb in the underground palace. If the diagram of the underground palace is correct, there should be at least one tomb in this underground palace with a coffin. Although Yi Baiming had a cold temperament, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw the love between the city lord of Taiyuan and his beloved concubine. However, now was not the time to be in love. It was fine if it was just the two of them, but they even brought Duge Xiu along. What was this? He didn't want to be trapped in this damned place with a little wild cat. The city lord of Taiyuan is a man who values friendship and righteousness. If he really has the 8 Wasteland artifact, I'm afraid he will put it in his most cherished place. Duge Xiu didn't forget his purpose of coming to the ruins of Taiyuan. The tomb of the crown princess, Yunxing muttered. According to the diagram of the underground palace, the tomb of the crown princess should be next door to this stone chamber. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu's eyes lit up. The tomb where the three of them were in was prepared for themselves by the city of Taiyuan in the early years. However, due to the accident in Taiyuan City, although the Taiyuan died, the whereabouts of his body were unknown. Therefore, the tomb had been empty. Several major forces spent so much effort to enter the Taiyuan castle and almost demolished the entire Taiyuan castle. In the end, they found nothing. When they thought that the 8 wasteland artifact might be in the next room, the 3 of them couldn't help but be excited. Thinking of the 8 wasteland artifact, Yunxing suddenly remembered something. "Where's Qinlian, Yunxing said as she glanced at Yi Baiming. The backlash of the super magic was very strong. Qinlian, was torn to pieces by the magic of the hurricane dragon. She should be dead. Qinlian, was Night Fox's childhood sweetheart. Night Fox should be sad, right?" Inexplicably, Yunxing felt a little uneasy. Why did she care so much about Night Fox's thoughts? It's the weekend. I know a lot of people are floating out. Money, all kinds of money, I want to rob people. Chapter 8:19. Yi Baiming shrugged, his tone indifferent. She's dead. She couldn't control the super magic and ended up without a corpse. He didn't have any feelings for Qinlian, to begin with. When they were young, the 2 of them might have had some childish feelings for each other. However, all of this had disappeared when Qinlian, coveted the position of crown princess and threw herself into Yi Bailian's arms. Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Baiming saw the changes in her expression. His gray eyes moved and a faint smile spread across his face. This time, he really had to thank Qinlian, The little wild cat was slowly starting to care about him. Yunxing didn't feel guilty about Qinlian's death at all. That woman was too greedy and rashly used the super magic. She had almost killed everyone. In the end, she had only herself to blame for the backlash from the super magic. However, Yunxing was more concerned about the magic god bracelet on Qinlian's wrist. Qinlian had died. She originally had a chance to snatch the magic god bracelet. Who knew that the magic array under her feet would suddenly collapse and she would lose her footing and fall into the magic array? In the chaos, the magic god bracelet had been swept away by the wind and landed somewhere. At that time, Gudixiu and Yi Baiming were closer to Qinlian. She looked at Yi Baiming and Gudixiu suspiciously, but there was nothing strange about their handsome faces. It shouldn't be the 2 of them. The summoning demon hand didn't react. Moreover, the magic god bracelet looked very old. Unless an ordinary person had seen the magic god bracelet before, they wouldn't be able to recognize it as one of the 8 desolate divine tools. Yunxing pondered. These 2 didn't look like they had the magic god bracelet, but it also seemed like both of them could have gotten it. Yi Baiming had been so focused on saving her that he probably didn't care about the magic god bracelet. Gudixiu was a martial artist, so the magic god bracelet wouldn't be of much use to him. Or could it be that the magic deity bracelet had fallen into the city lord's hall during the chaos? Yunxing made a small calculation in her mind. The magic array had suddenly collapsed, and the city lord's hall was already on the verge of collapse after the chaotic battle earlier. If the entire castle collapsed, it would be even more difficult to find the magic bracelet. Everything would have to wait until they got out of the underground palace. If they couldn't leave the underground palace, even if they had the divine law bracelet, it would be useless. Found it. The mechanism is here. Yi Baiming and Gudixiu did not know what Yunxing was thinking. The tomb was sealed and surrounded by walls. Yi Baiming and Gudixiu searched the walls and found the mechanism of the tomb. Turning on the mechanism, one of the walls moved away. A corridor appeared before the 3 of them. The 3 of them walked out of the stone chamber and took a few steps forward. Sure enough, they found a tomb chamber. From the outside, this tomb did not look any different from the tomb that the three of them had been in earlier. However, once they entered the tomb, they saw a completely different scene. The tomb of the Taiyuan crown princess was like a small garden. Not only was this a tomb chamber, but there was also an indoor pond that was the size of a football field. Beside the pond, there was a small bridge with flowing water. Beautiful man-made mountains were built, and spring water tinkled as it fell. The spring water poured into the pond, and beautiful pink water lilies bloomed in the pond. Even though no one had entered to maintain it for more than 500 years, the tomb chamber was still clean and tidy. It had never been disturbed by outsiders. There's a coffin in the middle of the pond. A coffin was floating in the middle of the rippling green flowers and leaves. The coffin seemed to be made of cold jade, and it was completely transparent. It had been floating in the lotus flowers for more than 500 years. Through the lotus flowers and leaves, one could faintly see a graceful figure lying in the coffin. Fair competition. Duge Xiu looked at Yi Baiming with a faint smile. Even though there was still a pond between them, Duge Xiu and Yi Baiming could feel a wave of energy. That wave of energy came from within the cold jade coffin. The 8 Barons' divine artifact was very likely to be in that coffin. Yi Baiming did not say a word. With just a look, the two of them were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain and dragons emerging from the sea. Their fighting aura transformed into wings and rushed toward the jade coffin. Just as the two of them changed their movements, Yi Baiming suddenly thought of something. Something seemed to be wrong. That's right, the little wild cat did not move. Yi Baiming was very clear about Yunsheng's personality. Yunsheng would definitely not be inferior to others when it came to snatching treasures. Even if she was not as strong as Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, she would not wait obediently at the side. But right now, Yunsheng was indeed staring blankly at the coffin. Not only was there no joy on her little face, but there was also some shock. No wave of the 8 Barons' divine artifact. The summoning demon hand and the beast language ring did not move at all. It was impossible for the 8 Barons' divine artifact to be in that ice coffin. Yi Baiming's guess was right. If she had felt the wave of the 8 Barons' divine artifact, even if she had to go against Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, she would not be outdone. But she was sure that there was no divine artifact in the ice coffin. Suddenly, Yunsheng's eyebrows twitched. She shouted at the two of them, "Be careful." Just as Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu flew toward that ice coffin, a strange scene happened. Chapter 820. She remembered that when she was in the magical beast corridor, most people were admiring the 20 purple gold statues that looked like the work of God. But Yunsheng was the only one who was curious. There should have been 22 purple gold statues, but there were only 20 statues below the commander level. Where did the king-level purple gold statues go? At that time, Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu had only heard about it and didn't think too deeply about the meaning behind Yunsheng's words. But now, it seemed that she had already noticed something strange about the purple gold statues back then. Yunsheng was a summoner and was different from ordinary magicians and warriors. When she saw the purple gold statues, she felt a trace of life force. Although that life force was very weak, it carried a trace of anger and sorrow. But at that time, she didn't investigate deeply to find out what those statues were. Now, it seemed that these purple gold statues could actually transform into real demonic beasts. It was very likely that these purple gold statues were related to the great disaster that destroyed Taiyuan City. These 2 king-level demonic beasts could have avoided the disaster and were waiting in the Crown Princess tomb for the final enemy to appear so that they could deal the final blow to the greedy enemy. Oh no, they are in danger. When Yunsheng saw the 2 king-level purple gold statues, she immediately thought of the purple gold statues in the magical beast corridor. The collapse of the city lord's hall would cause an intense tremor that would definitely affect the entire castle. Sister Lan would definitely lead everyone out of the castle. But if those purple gold statues suddenly transformed into demonic beasts at that time, then Sister Lan and the others would be in danger. Demonic beasts that had been starved for many years were several times more powerful than ordinary demonic beasts. We don't know for now whether they are in danger or not. Right now, our lives are more important. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu looked at each other again. This time, there was no hostility in their eyes. King-level demonic beasts were no small matter. Even though the two of them were martial emperors now, they still had to use all their strength to defeat the strange purple-gold tiger-lion beasts. Yi Baiming nodded at Duge Xiu. Let's make peace for now and kill these two big guys. Then let's see who succeeds first. Duge Xiu also smiled. There was an additional trace of appreciation in their eyes. One was the black-bellied prince of Zhou State, and the other was the iron-blooded prince of later Qin. If these two had been born in a peaceful era, they might have been able to compete on the same stage, drinking and chatting happily. However, the two of them were born in a chaotic world and fell in love with the same woman. Both of them were dragons among men, and one day, they would start a new battle on the stage of the boundless continent. When faced with the threat of a king-level magical beast, perhaps only Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu would be in the mood to have a beast-slaying competition. Men's logic is really hard to understand. Yunxing was speechless. Strange men. A moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. The next moment, they became good friends who fought side by side. Yunxing could bet that the first thing these two did after leaving the underground palace was to fight to the death. However, this also indirectly reflected that Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu were both people who would achieve great things. They temporarily put aside their national and personal grudges and decided to fight the enemy together. Save. Let's save. Just as Yunxing was fantasizing, she heard that voice again. This time, she heard it clearly. That faintly discernible voice came from the frost jade ice coffin. With Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu dealing with the king-level guardian beasts, Yunxing's full attention was on the frost jade coffin floating in the lotus pond. The magic wings on Yunxing's back flapped, and she flew towards the frost jade coffin. Roar, roar, the two tiger-lion beasts that were fighting with Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu discovered Yunxing's intention. They roared angrily and wanted to stop Yunxing. Bastard, how dare you touch my woman? Yi Baiming's phoenix eyes narrowed. Even though he was a demon, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the tiger-lion beast's tail. A tiger-lion beast that weighed about 500 to 600 kilograms was thrown out by him with his bare hands. Even if the wild kitten wanted to rob a grave, he would smoothly help her dig a tunnel, not to mention that she only wanted to take a look at the items in the frost jade coffin. I've thought it through. Instead of letting Lord Baiming take advantage of her, I'd rather give her the magical weapon to play with. Duge Xiu also looked generous. He swung his iron fist and punched the waist of the tiger-lion beasts. The two purple-gold tiger-lion beasts were forced into a corner by the two men who were getting fiercer and fiercer. How could there be such powerful warriors among the human race? A trace of unwillingness flashed across the eyes of the two tiger-lion beasts. Yunxing had successfully approached the ice coffin. She carefully pushed open the coffin. The cold jade coffin was still emitting wisps of cold air. There was a woman lying in the coffin. The woman's appearance was otherworldly. Even as a woman, Yunxing couldn't help but be stunned when she saw her. Her skin was whiter than ivory. Her eyelashes were as long as butterfly wings under her closed eyes. Her red lips were as delicate as the stamen of a flower. Her brown hair was soft and smooth and fell to her waist. She looked to be in her early 20s. Lying in the coffin with her hands on her waist, she looked as if she was asleep. If it weren't for the fact that her heartbeat and breathing had stopped, Yunsheng would have mistakenly thought that she was still alive and had just fallen asleep. This woman must be the crown princess of the Taiyuan city lord. She didn't expect that after 500 years, the body of the crown princess was still in good condition. What's this? Yunsheng looked at the other side of the ice coffin. Beside the coffin, a halberd lay quietly, emitting a cold light. The halberd of the divine warrior. But why didn't the summoning demon hand make a move? Yunsheng murmured softly. Hearing the movement, Yi Baiming and Duguxiu shook off the two king-level demonic beasts and rushed to Yunsheng's side. When they saw the halberd in the coffin, their eyes flashed with obvious disappointment. After spending so much effort to come to the underground palace, they thought that they would be able to find the 8 barren lands' divine weapon. But unexpectedly, with their eyesight, it wasn't difficult for them to see that the weapon in the coffin was only a divine weapon. It wasn't the halberd of the divine warrior that had the terrifying power to destroy the world. How dare you offend the crown princess's coffin? You all deserve to die. The two tiger-lion beasts suddenly spoke in human language. They stood up like humans. Generals, don't be angry. This is my guest. The three of them were shocked. That was because the voice was coming from the ice jade coffin. But the woman in the ice coffin still had her eyes closed. Yunsheng immediately recognized the voice. It was the voice she heard when she stepped into the Taiyuan city lord's castle. Chapter 8:21. In the ice coffin, other than the woman's corpse, there was only the halberd. At this moment, what surprised Yunsheng was that the voice didn't come from the woman's body, but from the halberd. On the halberd, a wisp of lost soul power floated out. That wisp of lost soul power was very weak, and the image it formed was also very blurry. Yunsheng could barely see that it was a woman. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman in the ice coffin. She was the Taiyuan imperial concubine, Fei Lingyue, who had passed away over 500 years ago. You were the one who called out to me in the Taiyuan castle. Only now did Yunsheng know that her entry into the Taiyuan castle, including the Taiyuan underground palace, was all secretly guided by Fei Lingyue. It was me. Because you were the only one who could hear my call in the past 500 years. You also know how to use space-time magic. You are the one who can help me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Fei Lingyue's voice had a trace of throbbing. She had been waiting for Yunsheng for many years. It had been 500 years. Ever since that night, the Taiyuan Empire changed, and Taiyuan City was reduced to ruins. In the first 100 years, there were many adventurers who entered the Taiyuan ruins, but none of them were able to walk out. In the next 400 years, the terrifying legends of the Taiyuan Empire spread across the continent, and even fewer people were willing to enter the Taiyuan ruins. Emptiness. Loneliness. Endless loneliness slowly consumed the Taiyuan imperial concubine Fei Lingyue's lost soul. She was getting weaker and weaker, and she was afraid that her lost soul would dissipate at any moment. She wanted to leave the underground palace, but her weak lost soul couldn't break free from the shackles of the coffin. She was like a lamp that could be extinguished by the wind at any moment, waiting for Yunsheng at the last moment. Those Taiyuan eucalyptus trees, that strange fork in the road, and that purple gold magical beast, were all left behind by the Taiyuan city lord. Yunsheng's words caused Fei Lingyue's lost soul to fluctuate violently. She was furious. No, Taiyuan is a multi-talented, gentle and affectionate person. He won't do those things that harm people. Those are the Zhao state's dirty methods to prevent people from entering Taiyuan and discovering the evil deeds they did in the past. Fei Lingyue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She had finally found the right person to expose the ugly face of the Zhao state. From Fei Lingyue's narration, the three of them found out that the Taiyuan crown princess, Fei Lingyue, was also a space-time magician before she passed away. Before she died, she was worried about her husband, the Prince of Taiyuan, so she used her last bit of strength to leave the power of her soul on the Prince of Taiyuan's war halberd. Although I've already attached my soul to the war halberd, my soul power is too weak. Taiyuan lost Penglai's imperial power and his most beloved woman because of the Zhao state. His heart was filled with hatred and he wanted revenge all the time. In his view, Fei Lingyue's figure was everywhere in the enormous Taiyuan castle. The bloody figures of his subordinates who had died tragically flashed in front of him from time to time. Taiyuan, who was blinded by hatred, was determined to take revenge. But with his strength and military strength at that time, it was impossible for him to go against the Zhao state. Taiyuan wasn't willing to give up. He kept looking for a way to go against the Zhao state. Zhao state's biggest advantage was their magical beasts. So Taiyuan started to cultivate their own magical beasts. When Taiyuan escaped from Penglai, he brought back a batch of pure-blooded magical beasts from the Penglai Imperial Palace's breeding shed. Taiyuan started to raise these magical beasts. When the magical beasts reached adulthood, he equipped them with purple gold armor. But even with a group of unfamiliar magical beasts, Taiyuan's personal strength was still not enough. Later, he heard from somewhere that in the Dutian blood beast world, there were magical beasts' blood crystals that could strengthen the body. He obtained a few blood crystals, but because he didn't merge them properly, he gradually became a beast. Fei Lingyue watched anxiously from the side, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as her beloved suffered both physical and mental torture. She would update 4 to 5 chapters every day. People kept asking why she didn't update today. Fuzi reiterated that the original version was only published through Tencent. The other versions were all published through illegal channels. In the future, if you have any problems with illegal channels, don't ask me again. Also, don't leave scolding comments. However, he was afraid that the other countries on the continent would oppose the Zhao state and denounce the Zhao state. After thinking hard, Red Pope Ji Ruffing thought of using the Taiyuan prince's hatred to mislead the Taiyuan prince into exploding after fusing with the Qilin blood crystals. However, despite all his scheming, Ji Ruffing was still one step behind. What Ji Ruffing didn't know was that after the Taiyuan prince entered the Dutian blood beast world, in addition to obtaining the Qilin blood crystals, he also obtained a divine weapon that shocked the entire continent, the halberd of the divine war. After fusing with the Qilin blood crystals, the Taiyuan prince had indeed gone berserk. However, he relied on his astonishing willpower and the halberd of the divine war to preserve his life and transform into a demigod rank three-eyed purple Qilin. Just as he was about to attack the Zhao state, he destroyed the magic formation that led to the underground palace. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing, rushed to Taiyuan Mountain with the 13 lords of the Zhao state. Ji Ruffing used the purple gold beast blood curse on the entire Taiyuan city, turning the citizens of the Taiyuan city into demonic beasts and forcefully sealing away the Taiyuan prince. Massacring a city sounded like a heresy, but if he used the excuse of demonic beasts invading the city to kill them, it would be much more dignified. However, this wasn't enough. In order to cover up his evil deeds, Ji Ruffing even set up many checkpoints in Taiyuan Mountain to prevent people from entering, turning the Taiyuan ruins into a ghost town. As for the tiger-lion beasts that clashed with Yunxing's group, Fei Lingyue used an ancient seal to hide in the underground palace in order to protect their lives. That was how they escaped Ji Ruffing's wrath. So this was the truth of the matter. Imperial concubine, you're saying that the Taiyuan prince isn't dead, but has been sealed. Then where is his seal now? Also, why did I only find a few purple gold statues at the entrance of the Taiyuan castle? Where did the citizens who were under the beast blood curse go? This was also what Yunxing was most puzzled about. She wasn't sure what kind of magic the beast blood curse was, but it sounded like it could defy the heavens and turn people into demonic beasts. This kind of magic was undoubtedly darker than dark magic. It was definitely a type of ancient seal magic. You should have seen him by now. Do you still remember the purple cloud above the Taiyuan ruins? It's been 500 years. Although the Taiyuan prince has been sealed, he has always been around, using his own methods to protect this territory. When Fei Ling said this, there was a hint of pride in her tone. That cultured and refined man was her man, her pride. Ji Ruffing was very strong, but the Taiyuan prince wasn't incompetent. Although he had turned into a beast, he still knew that he had to protect his citizens. In order to prevent his citizens who had turned into demonic beasts from being killed, he had devoured the citizens of Taiyuan City and put them into an eternal sleep. As for himself, he had been sealed by Ji Ruffing in the form of a purple cloud. Although he had successfully sealed the Taiyuan prince, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing had exhausted himself too much. Not long after returning to the Zhao state, he had passed away. Because it had accumulated too much resentment and hatred, the sealed purple cloud would wake up once every month. Those purple lightning flashes were the hatred and anger of the Taiyuan prince. It's been another month. The Taiyuan prince is about to wake up. Those people who think they're smart will definitely pay the price in blood. Fei Lingyue's gaze turned cold. Outside the Taiyuan castle, the Zhao state's people looked at the crumbling Taiyuan castle and laughed complacently. But gradually, they realized that something was wrong. The third summoner, the sky, the purple cloud in the sky seems to be getting closer and closer. The Zhao state's people noticed that in just half a day, the purple cloud in the sky above the Taiyuan castle was buzzing. The sound was getting louder and louder. The third summoner remembered the legend of the Taiyuan ruins. Only those who were below the level of a saint-level Dharma king could enter the Taiyuan ruins. Otherwise, they would be struck to death by lightning. This time, the third summoner wanted to kill the people of the 6 major powers. He had disregarded the legend of the Taiyuan ruins and forced his way in. Boom! A purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly struck down. A summoner was struck and turned into a charred corpse. Then, several more lightning bolts struck down. The purple lightning was like a sharp weapon that chased after the souls of the Zhao state's people. Chapter 823. Retreat. Retreat from Taiyuan Castle immediately. The third main summoner was scared out of his wits. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Ting was insignificant in the face of the natural power of lightning. In order to save their lives, the summoners either transformed into magic wings or summoned flying magical beasts. However, they forgot that no matter how fast the magical beasts were, they were nothing in the face of lightning. However, that lightning flash seemed to have eyes. Every strike was accurate. The summoners were shot down in midair like moths with burning wings. The third main summoner did not care about the lives of the other summoners. He hurriedly tried to escape. His strength was already at level 1 Law Overlord. He ran all the way and finally left the mountaintop. This way, he should be able to save his life. In front of him was the horizon. As long as he left this place, he would be able to escape from Taiyuan Mountain. The third main summoner was at the level of a main summoner. He had heard of the things that happened in Taiyuan Mountain. He vaguely knew where the purple cloud came from. However, he thought that as long as he could avoid the purple cloud thunderstorm, he would be able to escape. Who knew that the purple cloud would suddenly become angry? This damned place. When I get back, I'll tell the Emperor Zhao to find someone to burn this stupid mountain, the third main summoner mumbled. He still did not give up and looked back. This one look almost scared the wits out of the third main summoner. He thought that he had escaped the purple cloud's threat. However, when he looked back, 6 terrifying thunderstorm balls with the power of lightning were chasing after him like ghosts. No, no, don't come closer. The third main summoner panicked. He scattered his magic in all directions. Wind sides, fireballs, and ice blades were all thrown at the thunderstorm balls. However, it was useless. The thunderstorm balls kept coming closer. Ah! His blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the forests of Taiyuan Mountain. At the foot of Taiyuan Mountain, Xia Wenchu, who had been waiting for several days, looked up at the purple cloud in the sky. Fate rises and falls. Evil causes and evil effects. If you knew today would come, Taiyuan, would you repent? When Ziyun started the riot, the people from the 6 major forces who were trapped in the magical beast corridor were already at the end of their rope. Corpses were everywhere, and the magic scepter in Lan Heqi's hand was already dyed red with blood. It was the blood of magical beasts, as well as their own blood. The people around them fell one by one, but the purple-gold demonic beasts seemed to have infinite vitality. They would not give up until the last moment. Listen, if this goes on, we'll all die. Abandon, break out of the encirclement and get some people out. Blue was panting. She didn't have much mana left. She knew that this time, if they all died in the Taiyuan castle, then there would be no future for the mainland's magic elite camp. Yunsheng had disappeared for more than half a day. It was hard to tell whether she was dead or alive. Right now, only Abandon was in a slightly better situation. Even if she had to die, she wanted Abandon to charge out. If any of you can get out of here, I'm willing to give you 1 million purple gold coins. Li Xiao was struggling at death's door under the escort of Mage Tang Yuan. Looking at the ferocious purple-gold demonic beasts, whose attacks were getting more and more suffocating, Li Xiao's psychological defense had already collapsed. Keep your dirty money. Tianyi Yu looked at Zhou Qingchuan with tears in her eyes. If she and Zhou Qingchuan died together, at least she wouldn't be alone on the road to hell. No, listen, there's movement outside the castle. Hui Yu of the Fire Elves clan was also wounded in many places. He, Bu Jiuxiao, and Ru Yi had joined forces to stop the 2 commander-level magical beasts. They had done their part to protect everyone. Hearing Hui Yu's words, everyone heard the sound of thunder outside the castle. The sound of thunder was incessant, but strangely, when the thunder sounded, the purple-gold demonic beasts, who were originally full of aggression and fighting to the death, quieted down. As if they had heard an order, they prostrated themselves on the ground. They gradually turned back into statues of purple-gold demonic beasts and remained motionless. In the face of this strange scene, everyone was frightened, but at the same time, they were also very clear-headed. However, they still gathered their courage and quickly passed through the demonic beast corridor. After moving away the boulders blocking the way, they finally saw the sky outside. Although the sky was still covered with purple clouds and they couldn't see the clear sky, everyone felt the urge to breathe a sigh of relief. Walking out of the castle, everyone let out a cheer. After surviving a disaster, the days in the Taiyuan castle were like a nightmare that couldn't be forgotten. Look, that's, on the hillside, there were many charred corpses and bodies of magical beasts. Judging from the scattered magic scepters and clothes, they were people from the Zhao state. Why are there people from the Zhao state here? Shouldn't they have left already? Everyone was surprised, and when they thought of all the things that had happened earlier, they felt a chill in their hearts. The people from the Zhao state had wild ambitions. This time, it was very strange that they left early to search for the relic. But now, it seemed that they were trapped in the Taiyuan castle for no reason. The people from the Zhao state had left and returned. It was obvious that the blocked entrance and the sudden appearance of the purple-gold demonic beasts had a lot to do with the Zhao state. Zhao state, after I go down the mountain, I will not let them go. Qing Bai had lost his previous gentleness, and his face was ferocious. "Let's go down the mountain immediately. It's too dangerous here." Li Xiao had survived the disaster and no longer wanted to look for the relic. Right now, he just wanted to go down the mountain immediately. He didn't care about the relic. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have come to Taiyuan Mountain. The magicians he brought with him suffered the most losses. Even Koling was killed in the chaos just now. No, except for the wounded, the rest of the people should stay and think of a way to find the missing people, and the brothers and sisters buried in the castle. Lan's voice was choked with sobs. This genius sorcerer, who had always been proud and arrogant, felt so powerless in Taiyuan Castle. She watched helplessly as her former colleague died in front of her, but she could do nothing about it. Except for the missing Yunxing and Du Guxiu, there were only 5 people left in the elite camp and the later Qin alliance. They were her, abandoned, Madame Qi Bai, a magician, and a warrior. The Taiyuan castle had collapsed. The possibility of Yunxing's survival was very low. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Lan swore that she would find the bodies of Yunxing and the dead members and bring them back. "Are you crazy? You are taking such a big risk for a few dead people." "I don't want to be crazy with you." The second Prince Li Xiao sneered and left with the remaining 2 or 3 people. Chapter 8:24. We'll stay too. No matter what, I have to find third sister. Tianyi Yu's eyes were red as she held back her tears. Wuji. Tianyi Yu also suffered heavy losses this time. However, no matter how heavy the losses were, it couldn't be compared to Yunxing's disappearance. After Tianyi Yu got to know Yunxing and Dong Huangling, she saw them as her own sisters. One of them had lost her mind, and the other was missing. As the eldest sister, she constantly blamed herself for not taking good care of them. Even if they could only find Yunxing's corpse in the end, she still had to bring her third sister back. "Yunxing, no matter what, you have to stay alive. I'll find you soon." Zhou Qingchuan held her hand and comforted her. After experiencing this life and death ordeal, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. "I'll stay too. If we can't find Lady Yunxing, Divine Wind won't let me go when we return." Huiyu also displayed the forthright spirit of an elf. Lady Yunxing was the only successor of the fire elves. She was blessed and would definitely be fine. If Huiyu didn't look for her, Divine Wind would probably do anything to find Yunxing, even if they had to flip over the entire Taiyuan mountain. Qing Bai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the others also decided to stay and look for Yi Baiming. Madame Qi Bai and the others also stayed to look for Du Guxiu. Because the castle was still collapsing, the rescue was very difficult. Everyone decided to wait until the tremors died down first thing in the morning before starting the rescue. During the final headcount, Qing Bai's team realized that Lu Tongtian had disappeared in the chaos. With Lu Tongtian's status in the magic elite camp, if it wasn't for Chen Lian, he definitely wouldn't have joined Zhou State. Chen Lian, was dead. Not only did Lu Tongtian lose the person he loved, but he also had no clue where to find the divine artifact. His identity was exposed. Under such circumstances, he didn't have the face to return to the magic elite camp. When the castle collapsed, it was chaos. Lu Tongtian didn't know if he escaped or was trapped in the castle. However, no one cared about Lu Tongtian's life or death. Outside Taiyuan Castle, everyone was waiting for dawn to arrive so that they could carry out the rescue operation. Inside the underground palace, Fei Lingyue had already explained the entire sequence of events. Fei Lingyue told Yunxing that it was because her magic soul was very strong that she was able to respond to her call. Previously, there were some powerful magicians who had successfully entered Taiyuan Castle. However, because of their magic souls, they didn't hear Fei Lingyue's call. In the end, they died under the claws of the purple gold beasts. Crown Prince Consort, if I may be so bold as to ask, based on the power of the Dharma soul, he should be more likely to hear your call than I am. Why did you choose me? Yunxing was puzzled. Her Dharma soul was a part of Yi Baiming. Compared to her main body, the power of her Dharma soul should not be comparable to Yi Baiming. Even though she didn't know how powerful Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was, it was undoubtedly very powerful. Actually, when the two of you entered Taiyuan Castle, I had already noticed this. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was very powerful. Fei Lingyue had also noticed that Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was even stronger than Yunsheng's. She had also tried to call out to Yi Baiming, but Yi Baiming was unresponsive to her calls. Fei Lingyue was also puzzled at that time. However, when Yi Baiming disregarded everything to save Yunxing when they fell into the underground palace, Fei Lingyue finally understood. His heart was like iron. That handsome man probably only had room in his heart for that girl called Yunxing. Even if he heard the voices of other women, he was unmoved. As a woman, she could die without regrets if she could obtain the love of such a man. Fei Lingyue couldn't help but sigh in admiration at her perseverance. Imperial concubine, is she the person you have been searching for all these years? The person who is proficient in space-time magic and can change the tragic fate of Taiyuan City. When the two Taigan beasts heard the woman's voice, they stopped their attacks and prostrated themselves on the ground with doubt and respect in their eyes. However, they didn't understand why the imperial concubine would place all her hopes on that female mage who was only a sky mage, even though the two men were clearly much stronger than Yunxing. It was said that these two Taigan beasts were the two great generals under the command of the Prince of Taiyuan back then. They had also escaped a calamity because of the underground palace. Due to Fei Lingyue's spacetime magic, they had stopped growing old and dying and had always been in a state of immortality. To many people on the mainland, immortality was the pursuit of victory. However, to these two Taigan beasts, it was like having a sharp edge on their backs. Every day they lived, they would be tormented by hatred. They had always hoped that one day, they would be able to leave the underground palace and save the citizens of Taiyuan City and the Prince of Taiyuan. Imperial concubine, you still haven't explained why my appearance would bring you hope. Also, I don't know any powerful spacetime magic, let alone break the seal of the former pope. Yunxing knew very well that even with the summoning demon hand, she wouldn't be able to break the seal of the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing. As for spacetime magic, she had only learned the simplest spacetime freeze. This kind of magic could only be considered the most basic of spacetime magic. Ji Ruffing's magic was unique to him. Even if the current Emperor Zhao came, he might not be able to break it. I'm not asking you to break the seal. Ji Ruffing is already dead and no one can break the seal. In order to save the lives of Taiyuan and the citizens of Taiyuan City, there is only one way. That is to completely avoid that disaster and return to 500 years ago. Fei Lingyue's eyes were filled with a hint of desire. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. Initially, Fei Lingyue didn't expect Yunxing to be able to save the lives of the citizens of Taiyuan City. However, the moment the magic array shattered, Fei Lingyue discovered that Yunxing knew how to use spacetime magic. The person Fei Lingyue was searching for had to be a spacetime magician. She believed that as long as she and Yunxing fused their magic, they would definitely be able to turn back time and return to 500 years ago, right before the tragedy. Turn back time and return to the past. Yunxing and the other two were shocked by Fei Lingyue's heaven-defying idea. Imperial concubine, isn't your idea a little too heaven-defying? I suggest that we find a magician who is proficient in spacetime magic. That would be more reliable. Yunxing knew that turning back time was an unrealistic idea. It was definitely an ancient forbidden magic. If it wasn't executed properly, she might face the same fate as Qinlian. She would be devoured by the magic and her body would explode. Chapter 8:25. Yunxing wasn't afraid of death, but there were too many things she had yet to accomplish. She couldn't die. Her mother, Hu Jiuxing, had lost her memories. Her father's whereabouts were unknown. She hadn't even found the 8 desolate divine artifact. Furthermore, her little Xiantong still hadn't unified all the medical centers in the continent. She still hadn't found the current Emperor Zhao to take revenge for the destruction of her family. There were too many unfulfilled wishes. Yunxing couldn't take this risk to try a heaven-defying forbidden magic that she couldn't control. No, it's too late. My magic soul has lasted for more than 500 years, and it's already at the end of its life. It won't be long before it disappears. If I die, this underground palace will also collapse, and no one in this world will know of the injustice done to Taiyuan City. Fei Lingyue suddenly knelt down. She was originally the imperial concubine of Taiyuan. Because she was proficient in space-time magic, she was also Penglai's most talented daughter. She was proud and willful. But at this moment, she didn't hesitate to throw away her dignity and kneel to Yunxing. Imperial concubine, don't force me. Those who force me often don't have a good ending. Yunxing was moved by Fei Lingyue's stubbornness. She wasn't from Taiyuan, nor was she from Penglai. She had only come to Taiyuan's ruins to search for a divine artifact. As for the grudges from 500 years ago, she was an outsider. If it weren't for the fact that she was a summoner and had a powerful 5-elemental magic soul, as well as the chance to use space-time magic, she and Fei Lingyue would have been 2 parallel lines that would never have crossed. Taiyuan's tragedy had already been caused. Wanting to make up for it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. She wasn't a savior, nor was she a saint. There was no need for her to risk her life for a tragedy that happened 500 years ago. Yunxing's thoughts were also what Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu were thinking. They didn't want Yunxing to risk using a heaven-defying forbidden magic for a strand of her magic soul. Although forbidden techniques and magic possessed frightening power, they were often heaven-defying and would bring misfortune to their users. Gentlemen, if you don't help me fulfill my wish, you will never be able to leave this place. To tell you the truth, the underground palace was destroyed more than 500 years ago. The underground palace in front of you is just an illusory underground palace that I created with the power of my Dharma soul. If I'm not willing, you'll never be able to find your way out. Fei Lingyue could also tell that the 3 people in front of her were not ordinary people. 500 years later on the boundless continent, they would definitely be proud sons of the heavens. Such a character hated being manipulated the most. However, she had no other choice. She could only fight to the bitter end. 500 years ago, the Zhao state had already broken into the Taiyuan castle. They had cast the purple golden beast blood curse on the entire Taiyuan city. No living person could escape from the terrible blood curse. The underground palace was also destroyed. Fei Lingyue used an artifact that was buried with her to rebuild the underground palace, simulating the current underground palace of consciousness. In other words, Yunxing and the other 2 didn't exist anywhere in the Taiyuan castle. They existed independently in Fei Lingyue's consciousness. Here, there was no passage of time, aging, or hunger. However, when Fei Lingyue's magic soul disappeared, everything here would disappear as well. To put it bluntly, even if someone turned the entire Taiyuan mountain upside down, they wouldn't be able to find the 3 of them. The 3 of them only existed in a spatial crack in her consciousness. When Yunxing and the other 2 heard this, they broke out in cold sweat. Fei Lingyue, you've gone too far. Yi Baiming's gaze was cold and murderous. Fei Lingyue's magic soul only felt a chill around her. It was as if there was a net-like pressure attacking her from all directions, trapping her. A magic soul was an intangible object. Ordinary battle chi attacks wouldn't hurt her. Only magic soul fluctuations that originated from a magic soul could hurt her. Sure enough, it was just as she had thought. This man surnamed Ye's soul was very powerful. Her magic soul felt as if it was being crushed and was on the verge of collapse. Fei Lingyue groaned but didn't beg for mercy. At this moment, the entire underground palace started shaking. Just as Fei Lingyue had said, the underground palace and her magic soul existed together. If anything happened to her magic soul, the underground palace would also be destroyed and the three of them would have no chance of surviving. Night Fox, stop. She's speaking the truth. It seems like we can only take a risk and try. Although Yunxing didn't like Fei Lingyue's actions, this woman was undoubtedly worthy of respect. She had silently waited for more than 500 years. She was just a magic soul that couldn't even be considered a spirit. Yunxing couldn't bear to kill such a woman. Yi Baiming only wanted to test the authenticity of Fei Lingyue's words. Killing Fei Lingyue wouldn't benefit them at all. Thank you. I represent the citizens of Taiyuan City and Taiyuan to thank you. Fei Lingyue also let out a sigh of relief. Hope appeared on her face again. My promise has a condition. I'll say the ugly words first. I'm only trying and might not succeed. Whether I succeed or not, you have to send the two of them out. Yunxing knew that this time, it didn't bode well for them. She had already decided to fight alone. As for Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, she didn't want to drag them down. Although she also wanted Duge Xiu to be cut into pieces to avenge Ling He, she didn't want to. If the two of them could leave, then her companions in Taiyuan City would be safe. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to temporarily put aside her personal grudges. Fei Lingyue nodded. She only needed to use Yunxing's power to return to the past. No, this prince wants to go with you. Or do you want this prince to become the second prince of Taiyuan? Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing wanted to cast him aside. This damned woman. She was just a woman. Did she really think that she could change her fate with her own power? If she died, so what if he returned to the boundless land? There was a kind of loneliness that was worse than death. There was a kind of helplessness that was the separation between heaven and man. Yi Baiming's words made Yunxing speechless for a long time. Fei Lingyue also fell silent. Night Fox, since you want to accompany me to death, then so be it. Yunxing gritted her teeth. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. To be honest, she was still a little afraid of space-time magic. If he was here, then perhaps she wouldn't be afraid of anything. This prince wants to go too. Yi Baiming, don't talk like a saint. If I'm not wrong, you want to go back to the past and find the whereabouts of the halberd of the divine battle god, right? This prince won't let you have the halberd of the divine battle god in Yunxing, Duge Xiu said sourly. Wasn't he just a little slower and let Yi Baiming confess first with an affectionate look on his face? He could win the heart of the beauty and also find the halberd of the divine battle god that disappeared with the Taiyuan prince. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Since the three of them entered the underground palace together, they had to live and die together. Chapter 826. Since they had decided to return to 500 years ago, Fei Lingyue began to work with Yunxing to create a space-time reversal spell. Because I only have a trace of my magic soul left, I am unable to create a magic array. You're a space-time magician and also a woman. I can send a portion of my magic soul's power into your body, giving you the ability to cast space-time reversal magic. What Fei Lingyue truly lacked was a physical body. Yunxing happened to fit all her requirements. This ice coffin was made for me by Taiyuan in order to prevent my corpse from festering. However, it was also because there was a magic array inside that allowed me to retain a strand of my magic soul. If you enter the ice coffin with me, you will be able to fuse with my magic soul better. Under Fei Lingyue's guidance, Yunxing lay in the ice coffin. The ice coffin wasn't cold at all. Instead, it was very comfortable. Yunxing followed Fei Lingyue's instructions and began to meditate. Yi Baiming, Du Gexiu, and the two tiger-lion beasts waited anxiously at the side. Yi Baiming didn't even dare to blink as he stared at the ice coffin. His body leaned forward slightly. As long as Yunxing made any strange movements, he would rush over without hesitation. Who cared about Taiyuan City? Even if it was the entire world, it wouldn't be worth a single Yunxing in his eyes. After entering a state of celestial meditation, Yunxing felt a warm magic energy enter her body. A memory that belonged to Crimson Lingyue was imprinted in his mind. Time reversal was a forbidden spacetime spell in ancient times. It was an intermediate spacetime spell. According to the user's magic power and the endurance of their magic soul, it could change the spacetime pattern in a certain area. However, no matter how heaven-defying time reversal was, it could only happen in a certain area. Moreover, it had an actual effect. The longest it could last was 24 hours. After 24 hours, people who didn't belong to that spacetime had to redraw the magic array and leave immediately. Otherwise, they would be stuck in that spacetime forever. This was the crux of the time reversal spell. Yunxing concluded that regardless of whether the time reversal spell was successful or not, there were a few key points that she had to pay attention to, especially to Yi Baiming and Du Gexiu. First, he could not leave the area where the time reversal spell was active. 2. No more than 24 hours. Both of them were devil incarnate characters. If there was no restraint, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? You've already memorized all the essentials. Then start fusing with my Dharma soul. Consider this a gift from me to you. Fei Lingyue's voice echoed in his head. Yunxing felt that her body was suddenly hot and cold. Ping dash, the frost jade ice coffin, which was originally floating above the lotus pond, had already been opened. Suddenly, the coffin closed. Yi Baiming and Du Gexiu were both startled. The two of them flew forward, wanting to see what was going on. The two of you, don't panic. That's the imperial concubine helping Lord Yun fuse with her Dharma soul, the Taigan beast reminded them. The Dharma soul was the most important thing to a sorcerer. Fei Lingyue was already a talented sorcerer 500 years ago. Her magical power was much higher than the current Yunxing, and even higher than Azura and the others. But because of the passage of time, part of her magical power had dissipated. After meeting Yunxing, she had already decided that in order to make the time reversal spell more successful, she would give her last bit of Dharma soul power to Yunxing. The frost jade ice coffin closed, isolating Yunxing from the outside world. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring, warm and cozy. All the pores on her body opened, and strands of magic power entered her body and into her Dharma soul like hair. Yunxing's 5 elemental Dharma soul greedily absorbed the magical power. Her magical power kept on increasing, from mid-level Sky Sorcerer to advanced level Sky Sorcerer. From advanced level Sky Sorcerer to advanced level Sky Sorcerer, she was trying to break through the bottleneck of the Saint Realm Guardian King. The originally silent frost jade ice coffin also started to shake slightly, as if there was an earthquake. The magical power in the frost jade ice coffin was extremely strong. The entire frost jade ice coffin was like the scorching summer sun, so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. Oh no, it seems like I was too anxious and fused too much Dharma soul power. I don't know if her body can withstand so much magical power. Fei Lingyue was afraid that Yunxing couldn't withstand the power of her Dharma soul. But after checking, she realized that there was another power in Yunxing's body, and that power came from the bracelet on her arm. That bracelet looked very ordinary, and there was only one soul stone on it. But every time her body couldn't take it anymore, the bracelet would produce a power to repair her body. After about an hour, Yunxing, who was still meditating, felt a crisp sound like glass shattering. Her Dharma soul emitted a 5-colored light. She suddenly opened her eyes, pushed open the frost jade ice coffin, and sat up. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Yunxing said in her heart, "I finally broke through." Yunxing had officially advanced from a sky sorcerer to a Saint Realm Guardian King. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, who were anxiously waiting by the side, couldn't hide the joy in their eyes when they saw Yunxing's transformation. Yi Baiming thought to himself, "Little wild cat's talent is indeed extraordinary. She broke through in an hour." Duge Xiu's eyes were burning. Yunxing's talent only made him yearn for it even more. Ignoring the love-struck gazes of the two men, Yunxing jumped out of the ice coffin and pulled out her magic scepter. "The three of you, follow me into the magic array. Remember, no matter what happens next, you have to abide by 2 prerequisites. First, you can't leave the Taiyuan mountain area casually after returning to 500 years ago. Second, no matter what happens, you have to return to the Taiyuan castle after 24 hours. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for any consequences." Yunxing's words made Duge Xiu and Yi Baiming's eyes darken. Yunxing understood the two of them. These two men were blatantly ambitious. If there were no restrictions on them, once they returned to 500 years ago, they might just destroy the other country on a whim. Not to mention destroying the country, just killing the later Qin emperor or Zhou state emperor would directly affect the direction of history for the next 500 years. Don't worry, 500 years ago, you didn't exist on the Wuji continent. I have no interest in staying there. Yi Baiming smiled slyly. I'll be wherever my opponent is. 500 years ago, humph. Duge Xiu also had a proud look on his face. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's go. Yunxing moved the magic scepter in her hand. Chapter 827. Yunxing had inherited not only part of Fei Lingyue's spiritual soul power, but also many kinds of magic that she had been proficient in when she was alive. As she was born in Penglai and married to the Prince of Taiyuan, who was a summoner, Fei Lingyue also had a lot of knowledge about summoners. Yunxing benefited from all of this. Lord Yun, please take us with you. One more person means one more power. The two tiger lion beasts also hoped to help Yunxing return to 500 years ago. Thinking that they had a better understanding of the situation in Taiyuan City and the Prince of Taiyuan, Yunxing decided to take them with her. However, Yunxing still asked them to control their emotions when they returned to the past, even if they met their relatives or people from the Zhao state. The magic array was quickly drawn. With a flash of magic light, the 3 people and 2 beasts disappeared in a ray of magic light. At daybreak, the leaders of the 5 major factions, who had been anxiously waiting outside Taiyuan Castle for the entire night, noticed that Taiyuan Castle had finally stopped shaking. They immediately assigned their men and prepared to enter Taiyuan Castle to conduct a search and rescue operation. However, just as they were about to enter the castle, the Taiyuan Castle was suddenly enveloped by a ray of magic light. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pass through the magic barrier. The entire Taiyuan city was completely isolated from them under the effect of the magic barrier. What is going on? Even Ru Yi couldn't see what the magic barrier was. This should be a type of forbidden magic. I can't break this magic array. It seems that we can only ask senior brother at the foot of the mountain to solve it. Ru Yi shook his head. He immediately decided to go down the mountain to invite Xia Wenshu up. The others could only helplessly wait for Ru-yi to return. Ru-yi hurried down the mountain. On the way, he saw a charred corpse. After identifying it, it was the corpse of the third summoner of the Zao state. Although he didn't know why the third summoner died here, Ru-yi still hurried down the mountain with the corpse. Xiao Wenqiu, Elder Hellion, and the others were all shocked, and they heard Ru-yi talk about what had happened on Taiyuan Mountain in the past few days and nights. You said that Yunxing and Baiming are trapped in the castle. What's going on? Is there any way to rescue him? Elder Hellion asked anxiously. These two were the top students of the continent's elite camp. If he lost the two of them in this mission, he didn't know how the elders of the two camps would reprimand him when he returned. He no longer had the face to return to the continent as an elite. Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer's betrayal also made Elder Hellion very angry. We don't know the situation yet because a magic array suddenly appeared outside the castle. With just the few of us, we can't break through it. Senior brother, look. Ru-yi carefully observed Xia Wenqiu's reaction. When he heard that something had happened to Yunxing, a crack appeared on Xia Wenqiu's calm face. But the legend of the ruins of Taiyuan was another restriction. If senior brother rashly barged in, he didn't know if he would face the same fate as the third summoner. The magic you mentioned should be an ancient forbidden magic triggered by the people in the castle. That magic involves countless lives on Taiyuan Mountain. Even if I enter, I won't be able to change anything. It's a blessing, not a curse. The gears of history have already begun to reverse. Whether or not we can change the fate of Taiyuan is already something we can't control. Xia Wenqiu sighed, his gaze long and sorrowful. Xia Wenqiu said in his heart, Yunxing, I hope that my magic tool can help you pass through this calamity. Because they had never experienced a time reversal magic array, the moment Yunxing and the others stepped into the magic array, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was as if they were in a high-speed, empty boat without any magic barrier protecting them. Their vision blurred. Yunxing's ears were filled with the sound of strong wind. Her body felt like it would be blown away at any time. While she was feeling uneasy, her right hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. She was very familiar with that hand. It was slender and strong. Under the index finger, there was a callus. That was Yi Baiming's hand. Her uneasiness quietly disappeared. Yi Baiming's words were still ringing in her ears. I don't want to become the next prince of Taiyuan. The boundless world only had meaning because of Yunxing. Her uneasiness slowly disappeared. The two of them held hands and relied on each other's warmth to face the unknown 500 years ago together. The light of the spacetime magic array was weakening. This indicated that they were about to return to 500 years ago. Fei Lingyue and Yunxing agreed to return to the night when the Prince of Taiyuan returned from the Dutian Blood Beast world and brought back the Qilin Blood Crystal. As long as they stopped the Prince of Taiyuan's mistake at that time, everything could be avoided. In front of the magic array, there was already a bright light. After a while, they would return to the Taiyuan of 500 years ago. Just when Yunxing saw the light of hope, Yunxing's left arm suddenly had an extra hand. She was suddenly pulled away from Yi Baiming's hand. A huge wave of qi shattered the magic array. Yunxing only felt that everything in front of her was in chaos. She was already pulled out of the magic array by that hand. As the magic array was forcefully disrupted at the end, Yunxing had no choice but to stop the time reversal magic array. In front of her was a bright light. The light of the illumination magic array was a little dazzling. Yunxing fell on the ground, but she didn't feel the pain she expected. Below her was a man's body. The moment she fell, Yunxing felt that she was protected by a pair of strong arms in front of her. When she fell out, the other party happened to be her human cushion. The pair of arms around her waist was very domineering. Yunxing recalled the scene in the magic array. Duguxiu, you are crazy. You actually did such a thing at such a crucial moment. Yunsheng was furious. She shouldn't have trusted Duguxiu and let him enter the magic array together. This man was a madman. Beside her, there was no trace of Yi Baiming and the two tiger-lion beasts. Duguxiu's interruption must have caused them to be separated. Yunsheng was more worried about whether she would successfully return to the Taiyuan of 500 years ago like what she and Fei Lingyue had planned. Time reversal magic was a very profound forbidden magic. Yunsheng wasn't proficient in it. Under such circumstances and with Duguxiu's interruption, she didn't know what would happen. This damned man, he actually interrupted the time reversal magic array at the last moment. If by any chance, the man's complacent laughter rang in her ears. In the next moment, Yunxing only felt the world turn upside down. She was pressed under Duguxiu's body. Duguxiu firmly restrained her hands and feet, pressing her down. Yunsheng, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too intimate with Yi Baiming. This prince is jealous. After saying that, his hot lips fell. Duguxiu's gaze was fiery as he stared at Yunsheng and fiercely kissed her. Chapter 828. The City Lord is in the City Lord residence. Yunsheng felt that something was amiss. The City Lord of Taiyuan should have just obtained the blood crystal and had yet to return to Taiyuan City. Or was there something wrong with the timing? Before leaving, Fei Lingyue and Yunsheng had agreed that the space-time magic array would reverse the flow of time to 500 years ago, before the Prince of Taiyuan merged with the Kirin blood crystal. They had to stop the Prince of Taiyuan from going berserk. But according to the guards, the Prince of Taiyuan had returned a long time ago. Counting the days, he should have merged with the Kirin blood crystal. Damn it, it was too late. Yunsheng immediately understood that Duguxiu must have interfered midway, causing the space-time magic array to malfunction. They had missed the best opportunity to stop the Prince of Taiyuan. That damned Duguxiu. Yunsheng glared at Duguxiu fiercely, but the latter looked satisfied. Yunsheng said that he was a bodyguard. Haha, then he would be her bodyguard. Yunsheng suppressed the anger in her heart and looked around. Fortunately, Taiyuan City was still around. In this case, she still had a chance to stop the Prince of Taiyuan. But she didn't know where Night Fox was. Due to the malfunction of the magic array, she and Yi Baiming were separated. Even with the unicorn's binding magic, there was no reaction. Yi Baiming should be outside the range of the binding magic. Time was of the essence. Yunsheng could only hope that Yi Baiming remembered their agreement before they set off and rushed to the Taiyuan castle as soon as possible to stop the Prince of Taiyuan and return to the boundless land 500 years later. Then I'll have to trouble this brother to bring us into the City Lord residence. Yunsheng followed the guards and walked towards the Taiyuan castle. Duguxiu could only limp behind them. He felt a dull pain in his head, as if he had been hit by something heavy. Yi Baiming opened his eyes, his mind blank. There were a few chattering voices beside him. When they saw that Yi Baiming had woken up, the voices quieted down. He's awake, he's awake. Qiu Nyang, that person is awake. Wow, this person is really good looking. Beneath him was a simple and crude bamboo bed. Beside the bed, there were a few peasant girls who were dressed in very simple clothing. One of them was about 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed in a blue floral dress. When she saw that Yi Baiming had woken up, her face flushed red. The peasant girl called Qiunyang walked up carefully and asked softly, "You're awake. Is there anything wrong with your body? Where is this place?" Yi Baiming rubbed his temples and tried hard to recall. This is the fishing village at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. My name is Qiunyang. I met you this morning when I was picking up seashells at the beach. At that time, you were unconscious. Cheonyang was an ordinary girl from the fishing village. Every morning, she would go out to gather seafood. Early this morning, she saw a person stranded in the sea. She boldly went forward to check and found that it was a very good-looking young man. She asked a few villagers to carry him back to her house. The fishing village at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain? How could he be here? Yi Baiming's mind was completely blank. He could not remember anything from the past at once. Did you fall down and hurt your head? The doctor in the village said that you need to rest well for a few days. I've made porridge. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over for you. Cheonyang blushed and stole a glance at Yi Baiming. This man was really good-looking. He was more good-looking than all the men in the village and even the noble mayor of Taiyuan Mountain. Cheonyang was busy preparing the porridge and water. Yi Baiming's stomach was empty. He was indeed a little hungry. He stood up. Chio's family's house was very simple and crude. His height made the entire house seem even smaller and smaller. He opened the window and smelled the salty sea breeze. What did he forget? He felt dizzy. After Cheonyang made the porridge, she served it to Yi Baiming. After a few mouthfuls, Yi Baiming pushed the bowl away. Cheonyang asked some questions about Yi Baiming's background, but Yi Baiming couldn't answer a single word. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I lost my memory. Yi Baiming shook his head and said apologetically. Your body is really good. I saved you in the morning. At that time, there was a very deep scar on the back of your head. Looking at it now, it's almost healed. Cheonyang remembered that when she first saved Yi Baiming, there was a very deep scar on the back of his head. Scar. Yi Baiming touched the back of his head and only felt a very shallow scar. It was almost healed. Who ambushed him? When Yi Baiming touched the scar, he became angry. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the door anxiously. Is there anyone? Come out quickly. Cheonyang walked to the door and opened it. There were a few fierce-looking strangers standing outside. When they saw Cheonyang, they pulled her out. Are you Cheonyang? Is the village chief your father? Where is he? Cheonyang rarely saw strangers in the fishing village. These people were rude and had weapons. Cheonyang was too scared to move. What are you doing? Yi Baiming rushed out. There were several men and women standing outside the door. They were all in their 20s and 30s, wearing strange clothes. Something flashed across Yi Baiming's mind when he saw those people's service. Although Yi Baiming had lost his memory, his cultivation was still there. His eyes were cold and his body was full of hostility. The men and women couldn't help but feel afraid. How dare you? Where did you come from? How dare you offend the summoner of the Zhao state? The men and women saw that the situation was not right and began to chant. Chapter 829. Who are you? The Zhao state's people were on guard, and several magical beasts surrounded Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's temperament did not fit in with the simple fisherman's village. Although he did not emit any fighting or magic energy waves, he gave off a sense of pressure just by standing there. Cheonyang hurriedly said, "He's my husband." Cheonyang already had a good impression of Yi Baiming. Seeing him step forward bravely, she was both happy and worried. I'm Cheonyang's elder brother, and I'm a martial arts master at the martial arts school in the neighboring town. I'm very familiar with the mountain roads. Yi Baiming interrupted Cheonyang. Although Cheonyang was his savior, he did not want to have anything to do with other women. If Cheonyang or any of the other villagers led the way for these summoners, they would not be able to escape death. He saved her life to repay her kindness. Duke Xiao had broken the space-time magic array at the last moment, which had disrupted Yunxing's original plan. Yi Baiming had already asked around. Today's date was half a year later than Yunxing's expected date. In this half a year, the Prince of Taiyuan had already merged with the Blood Crystal, and the Zhao State's minions had already infiltrated the Taiyuan Mountains. If he guessed correctly, in a day or two, Red Pope Ji Ruffing would cast the purple gold beast blood curse on Taiyuan City. Yi Baiming wanted to see what these Zhao State summoners were going to do at this time. So he's a martial arts master. No wonder he looks so strong. A few of the summoners muttered, especially the female ones. They unconsciously looked at Yi Baiming a few more times, and their gazes were very ambiguous. Qiunyang was a little disappointed, but she still plucked up her courage. Big brother, you haven't been back to the village for a long time. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the mountain roads. I'll go with you. Yes, both of you will enter the mountain together. The summoners were still skeptical of Yi Baiming's words. Qiunyang was weak, and if there were any changes along the way, they could use Qiunyang as a hostage. A few summoners brought a few magical beasts and followed Yi Baiming and Qiunyang up the mountain. The Taiyuan mountain of 500 years ago was very different from the Taiyuan mountain of 500 years later. The Taiyuan mountain of today was full of lush greenery. At the foot of Taiyuan mountain, there were several guards of Taiyuan City. The summoners had already put away their magic beasts and changed their clothes. They were dressed like fishermen. Those guards also knew Qiunyang, so they just asked her a few questions. Qiunyang trembled in fear and said that these villagers were going up the mountain to cut firewood. The guards believed her and let them enter the mountain. The mountain road was very smooth, and the strong wind in the area between the sea and the sky had been greatly reduced by the mayor of Taiyuan City using a special magic array. There were no more forks in the mountain road. This is about the place. A few summoners in disguise stopped about 2,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level. The summoners immediately summoned their magic beasts and asked one of them to look after Yi Baiming and Qiunyang. They then took out some magic beast's blood and began to draw a magic array at several places on the mountain. Yi Baiming saw clearly that they were drawing a very special magic array with the blood of the beasts. When the magic array was drawn, the summoners were satisfied. It's finally done. The Emperor Zhao will be able to successfully cast the purple gold beast blood curse tomorrow. That guy in Taiyuan is so reckless. He dared to plot a counterattack against the Zhao state. After tomorrow, there will be no more Taiyuan City in the world. The purple gold beast blood curse was one of the strangest ancient prohibitions. It could turn living people into magic beasts. Yi Baiming realized that the purpose of the summoners from the Zhao state was to secretly set up a magic array in the mountain. Qiunyang didn't understand what they were talking about. She only knew that Yi Baiming's body emitted a bone-chilling coldness for a moment. But when the summoners returned, the coldness disappeared without a trace. You too, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, the whole fishing village will be buried with you. After the summoners finished setting up the magic array, they urged the two of them to go down the mountain. Yi Baiming pretended to be a yes man and agreed. When they reached the horizon, the summoners ordered Yi Baiming and Qiunyang to walk in front. After a few steps, a sudden gust of wind blew by. Qiunyang screamed and flew out. Yi Baiming tried to pull her back, but they both fell down the cliff. Behind them, a summoner had just finished chanting. Okay, it's all settled. We'll go up the mountain tomorrow. Taiyuan City, the city of ivory, there are countless treasures and rare magic beasts there. After the summoners killed the two of them, they hurriedly went down the mountain to find the guards, saying that someone fell down the mountain. In Taiyuan Castle, Yunxing and Duge Xiao were led into the castle by the guards. There was still no sign of Yi Baiming. Yunsheng was secretly anxious. In front of us is the breeding shed. The multi-headed magic beasts that the mayor is raising have been very strange recently. Dr. Yun, can you take a look and see if you can find the cause? There were many magic beasts in Taiyuan Castle. But these magic beasts had been very strange these days. They refused to eat normal food and even bit a few summoners who were raising them. Yunxing checked and found nothing unusual. But she was keenly aware that there was something wrong with the magic array in the breeding shed. These magic arrays looked no different from usual. But if you looked carefully, you would find that these magic arrays had quietly changed. I'll prescribe some medicine. You mix it in the food of the magic beasts according to the pharmacy. It should take effect in about a day. Yunxing took out some common herbs and used the excuse that she wanted to stay in the breeding shed for a while. The guards did not suspect anything and went to prepare the herbs. What? These magic arrays have been tampered with. As soon as the guards left, Yunxing leaned over to check the magic arrays. Dugu Xiu leaned to the side and looked around vigilantly. Now that Yi Baiming was not here, Yunxing still needed Dugu Xiu's help. She could only answer in a bad mood. These magic arrays have been modified. It looks more like a summoning array. These magic beasts should have been secretly controlled by a powerful magician. Dugu Xiu already knew that Yunxing was a summoner. It was just that he had never seen Yunxing's magic beasts, so he did not know that Yunxing was also an extremely powerful summoner. He did not know magic and did not know anything about summoners. He only knew that he had to protect Yunxing during this period. But after watching from the side for a while, Dugu Xiu found that he liked being alone with Yunxing like this. Under the illumination of the magic array, Yunxing's side profile looked even more charming. The two of them just stayed quietly, and he felt very at ease. Yunxing did not know that Dugu Xiu was beside her and was fantasizing. She fiddled with a few magic arrays for a while. Then, there were a few more things that looked like magic crystals in her hand. Chapter 830. Yunxing originally wanted to figure out the origins of these magic arrays and see if she could restore the magic arrays to their original state. However, she didn't expect to find a magic crystal the size of a finger in the core area of each magic array. Those crystals had clearly been buried not long ago, as they still had plenty of magic power. Yunxing's memory was very good. Although she had only seen this kind of crystal once, it left a deep impression on her. When she was in the Winged Cloud Sea, the third main summoner had used this kind of heart crystal to control Hu Jiusheng. It's just a few broken stones. If you like them, this prince will give you hundreds or thousands of them when we return. Dugu Xiu saw that Yunxing's face was tense and her eyes were shining, so he came forward. If you don't know, then don't pretend to know. These aren't ordinary magic crystals. They're heart crystals. An inch of heart crystal is an inch of lamp. This kind of heart crystal can only be created by one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the heart distress lamp. Yunxing rolled her eyes at him. However, she didn't know that the anger in her eyes was boundless in Dugu Xiu's eyes. Dugu Xiu was very happy, as if he had gained something from being scolded. Dugu Xiu had heard of the heart distress lamp before. Legend had it that the heart distress lamp had a mysterious power that could control consciousness and control living people and magical beasts like puppets. It was the most mysterious of the 8 barren divine artifacts. 500 years ago, the creation of heart crystals had already been banned. However, heart crystals had suddenly appeared in the breeding shed of Taiyuan's castle. There had to be something fishy going on. The heart crystal in Yunxing's hand still contained a surge of vigorous magic power. It could be seen that these heart crystals hadn't been created long ago. To be able to create a large number of heart crystals, this proved that the person who buried the heart crystals in the magic array definitely had the heart distress lamp. Are these really heart crystals? Then our trip was really worth it. The halberd of the divine warrior and the heart distress lamp have both appeared. Duguxiu was interested. He had long heard that the heart distress lamp had been missing for many years. In the continent of the future, no one knew the whereabouts of the heart distress lamp. Who would have thought that there would be news about the heart lantern in a Taiyuan castle 500 years ago? Don't celebrate too early. The halberd of the divine warrior is in the hands of the Prince of Taiyuan. If I'm not mistaken, the lamp of sorrow is in the hands of the Zhao state. Right now, you and I are alone. Do you think we can win against Taiyuan City and Zhao state? Yunsheng was not so optimistic. If her guess was right, and the heart sorrow lantern was really in the hands of the Zhao state, then it would be much more difficult to save Taiyuan City from this disaster. Whether or not I can win, we'll know after we fight. Don't worry, this prince will bring you safely back 500 years in the future. Duguxiu did not admit it, but he still felt a bit of regret in his heart. Whether he admitted it or not, as long as Yi Baiming was here, their chances of winning would be much higher. For the sake of momentary gratification, she had lost a great help like Yi Baiming. It was indeed not worth it. Yunsheng put away the heart crystal. The guard who went to prepare the medicine earlier came back with a maid. The two of you, please take care of the breeding shed. The city lord has ordered that the two of you can stay in the city lord's mansion for the next few days. I have already prepared 2 living rooms for the two of you. The maid was the head maid of the city lord's mansion. After she arranged everything, she told Yunsheng and Duguxiu that if they had nothing to do, they could walk around the Warcraft corridor and Taiyuan garden. However, they were forbidden from entering the city lord's mansion, which was the deepest part of the castle. The sky gradually darkened. Beside the horizon, a silhouette climbed up the steep mountain wall like a gecko, climbing up a cliff that was several hundred feet high. Yi Baiming placed Xiaonyang on the side. The people of the Zhao state had already disappeared from the mountain path. He had expected that the people of the Zhao state would not let this matter rest. They would kill him to silence him. Therefore, when he passed by the horizon, he was already prepared. When Xiaonyang was pushed off the cliff, he was ready to attack. His fighting power transformed into wings. In order to make those summoners think that they had been buried under the cliff, Yi Baiming did not come up. He only flew up after confirming that everyone had left. Xiaonyang was so frightened that she fainted. Yi Baiming returned to the place where a few summoners had drawn the magic array earlier and checked a few magic arrays. After a while, Xiaonyang woke up. Big brother Yi, what happened? Xiaonyang was in a daze. She only remembered that she was pushed hard and fell off the cliff. When she thought of this, Xiaonyang's face turned pale. Her body trembled like a sieve. Those people from the Zhao state wanted to kill her. Xiaonyang, it's over. Let's go back to the village first. Yi Baiming already had an idea. He and Xiaonyang returned to the fishing village under the cover of the night. But when they arrived at the fishing village, Xiaonyang collapsed on the ground. The fishing village was in ruins. The villagers' corpses were everywhere. All the houses in the fishing village were burned to ashes. Why did they do this? Xiaonyang was disheartened. She sobbed. On the sea, a fishing boat was docking. Several fishermen got off the boat. They were also frightened by the situation in the fishing village. One of them, a man in his 40s, saw Xiaonyang and rushed over. Xiaonyang, what happened? This man was the village chief. Father, the village was destroyed by the summoners from the Zhao state. Everyone in the village is dead. I was almost killed. Xiaonyang was crying so hard that she could not catch her breath. She told the village chief everything that happened during the day. Those bastards. The village chief's face was red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. They did not dare to tell the governor of Taiyuan. The Zhao state was so powerful that even the governor of Taiyuan was no match for them. Do you want to take revenge? Yi Baiming was a little regretful. He should have guessed that the Zhao state would attack the fishing village. It was a pity that so many innocent lives were lost. What's the use of crying? It's better to think of a way to make those summoners pay with their blood. Yi Baiming stopped looking at them with pity. He never sympathized with the weak. You? Who are you? Why do you want to help us? The village chief saw a strange man and pulled Xiaonyang back. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can help you take revenge. If you want to deal with the Zhao state, you need to prepare these things first. Yi Baiming wrote a few words in the village chief's hand. The village chief looked at the words in his hand and hesitated. He thought for a while. In the end, his hatred for the Zhao state prevailed. Well, brother, we'll go prepare now. Tomorrow morning, we'll go up the mountain with you. The village chief was ready to risk everything. He led a dozen fishermen to prepare the things Yi Baiming wanted. Xiaonyang was silently wiping her tears. Yi Baiming was looking at the Taiyuan mountain in the dark with his hands behind his back. On top of Taiyuan mountain, the white Taiyuan castle still shone with a moving luster under the cover of the night. Yunxing, wait for me. I'll come to you immediately. Yi Baiming said in his heart. Chapter 831. In one of the rooms of the Taiyuan city lord's mansion, the light from the magic array was very gentle. Yunxing sat up and wiped her forehead. Her hands were full of cold sweat. She woke up with a start. Just now, Yunxing had a dream. In her dream, she returned to the Taiyuan city 500 years in the future. She saw with her own eyes that the citizens were turned into magical beasts under the effect of the purple golden beast blood curse. They groaned in pain and were killed by countless summoners who descended from the sky. Taiyuan city at that time was like a living hell. The night was still long, but Yunxing couldn't sleep. Even meditation was useless. Yunxing thought for a while and decided to go out for a walk. It was already around midnight. The head maid said that she could walk freely in the magic beast corridor in Taiyuan garden, except for the city lord's mansion. The head maid had already given her a token to enter the city lord's mansion. She only needed to show the token to the guards on the way. 500 years ago, Taiyuan garden didn't have those deadly poisonous plants and flowers. Yunxing decided to go there for a walk. Taiyuan garden was beautiful at night. Everything seemed so peaceful. But Yunxing knew that in a day or two, the peace here would be broken. According to Fei Lingyue, the Zhao state would launch an attack on Taiyuan castle and activate the purple golden beast blood curse on the 15th of this month. Today, it was already the 14th. No, it was already the morning of the 15th. But everything in Taiyuan city was still so peaceful. In about 10 hours, the Zhao state will launch an attack. Yunxing frowned. At this moment, a scream came from outside the garden. A guard covered his bloody arm and ran out from the other side of the city lord's mansion. As he ran, he shouted, "Help! Bad news! A magical beast broke into the city lord's mansion." That voice immediately alerted everyone in the city lord's mansion. The guards in the mansion rushed towards the city lord's palace like a fountain. Yunxing followed the crowd and rushed towards the city lord hall. Outside the city lord's palace, a group of maids, including the head maid, and many guards surrounded the city lord's palace. Among them were two young generals. At this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle with a magical beast. Don't go forward. That's a three-eyed Qilin. Yunxing wanted to go forward to see what was going on, but she was stopped by Duge Xiu, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Even Duge Xiu, who had always been arrogant and conceited, had a solemn expression as he stared at the terrifying magical beast in the city lord's palace. It was a demonic beast the size of an adult bull. Its body was covered with purple scales that looked like armor plates. Its eyes were like two lanterns, flashing with a strange light. There was another eye on its forehead. The three-eyed Qilin was a king-tier magical beast. It possessed the terrifying strength of a bull. Once it opened its third eye, it could turn anything that approached it into stone. However, the three-eyed Qilin was a very rare magical beast. It had gone extinct long ago in the Eight Wastelands era. No one knew why it had suddenly appeared in the city lord's palace of Taiyuan. As they spoke, the three-eyed Qilin let out a furious roar. Its thick and strong limbs kicked violently, and it pounced on a guard. Everyone thought that the three-eyed Qilin would kill the guard. However, the three-eyed Qilin hesitated at this moment. It suddenly turned around and left the guard behind. Without looking back, it rushed into the city lord's palace. Quick, stop it. Don't hurt the city lord. Seeing this, the guards all rushed into the city lord's palace. Yunxing and Duge Xiu followed them to the city lord's palace. In the inner hall of the city lord's palace, dozens of guards had already surrounded the three-eyed Qilin. The city lord is not inside. The head maid was terrified when she saw this. She thought that the three-eyed Qilin had hurt the city lord. Kill that beast. The guards of the city lord's palace clamored. They either shot arrows or cast spells. All of a sudden, everything came to a halt. When they regained their senses, the three-eyed Qilin was nowhere to be found. The city lord's palace was empty. Quick, find the city lord. The guards panicked and searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the city lord of Taiyuan. What they did not know was that somewhere in Taiyuan City, in a living room, a three-eyed Qilin angrily glared at a strange man and woman in front of it. Its four limbs had been sealed with a special needle technique, and it could not move for the time being. Why did you bring it back? Although Duge Xiu's strength was astonishing, it was not easy to carry a Qilin that weighed 500 to 600 pounds and run all the way. Just now, in the city lord's palace, when the guards were attacking the three-eyed Qilin, Yunxing suddenly cast a time-stop spell and asked Duge Xiu to save the three-eyed purple Qilin immediately. Yunxing did not answer directly. She leaned over and patted the Qilin's head. What should I call you? The city lord of Taiyuan or? Duge Xiu and the three-eyed Qilin were both shocked. Roar! Enraged, the three-eyed Qilin bit back, almost biting Yunxing's palm. A terrifying summoning power spread out from Yunxing's body. What kind of pressure was that? Even the three-eyed Qilin, who was at the peak of the king stage, was suppressed by this aura and almost fell to the ground. How could it be? This was a terrifying power that only experts at the level of Emperor Zhao could have. The other party was only a woman, and she looked at most 15 or 16 years old. The three-eyed purple Qilin did not know that Yunxing was using the power of the summoning demon hand. City Lord of Taiyuan, we are not your enemies, nor are we people of the Zhao state. I am your friend. It was the imperial concubine who asked us to save you. She used the time reversal spell to come from the Wuji continent more than 500 years in the future to save you. Yunxing's words made the three-eyed purple Qilin even more shocked. Let alone the city lord of Taiyuan, anyone who heard Yunxing's words would think that she was crazy. The Wuji continent more than 500 years in the future. The time reversal spell was such a profound forbidden spell. How could it be so easy to succeed? I know you don't believe me. Yunxing took out a halberd and placed it in front of the three-eyed purple Qilin. The Prince of Taiyuan was very familiar with that halberd. It was the halberd that he had placed in Fei Lingyue's coffin when she was buried. It was one of the dowries that Fei Lingyue had brought with her when she got married. After Fei Lingyue's death, he had sealed the halberd in the coffin. The underground palace was filled with traps, and outsiders could not enter at all. This woman had this halberd. Could it be that everything she said was true? You guys are really... How can it be? Lingyue, isn't Lingyue dead? The three-eyed purple Qilin hesitated and spoke. Its voice was deep, but it was a man's voice. She didn't die. She was with you all this time. She knew that you had mistakenly merged with the Qilin blood crystal and became like this. We wanted to go back in time half a year ago to stop you from merging with the Qilin blood crystal, but we were too late. Yunxing took a deep breath and told the city lord of Taiyuan about the crisis that was about to face in Taiyuan Castle. Chapter 832. Taiyuan City has been reduced to ruins. The imperial concubine and 2 generals are trapped in the underground palace. After 500 years, the ruins of Taiyuan have become a forbidden place. This is the end of Taiyuan City. Yunxing sighed. Ling Yu is actually so stupid. Tears fell from the three-eyed purple Qilin's eyes. All these years, he had worked so hard and even broke into the Dutian blood beast world to obtain the blood crystal just to avenge Fei Lingyu. But he didn't know that Fei Lingyu had been silently waiting for him. For 500 years, her Dharma soul had been silently waiting in the underground palace. How did she survive such a long wait? I want to find Lingyu. The three-eyed purple Qilin wanted to go to the underground palace and reunite with Fei Lingyu. It's too late. Mayor, if I'm not wrong, the Zhao state spies have already caused chaos in the city. Tonight, the Zhao state's people will take action. Yunxing had already suspected that there were spies in the Taiyuan castle when she found the heart crystal in the breeding shed. Half a year ago, the mayor of Taiyuan had started to uncontrollably transform into a beast because of the blood crystal. To avoid causing chaos in the mayor's mansion, he would hide in the underground palace every time he transformed. But tonight, right after he transformed, an assassin broke into the underground palace. The three-eyed purple Qilin chased after the assassin and was lured outside. This was where one of the guards was injured. While they were talking, there was a commotion in the castle. In the sky above the castle, there was a majestic voice. I am the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing of the Zhao state. Recently, a three-eyed purple Qilin went missing. Someone saw it break into the Taiyuan castle. Everyone in the castle, quickly hand over the three-eyed purple Qilin. When the people in the castle heard Emperor Zhao's voice, they were all alarmed and rushed out of the castle. In the sky above, the moon was as bright as the sun. Many Zhao state summoners and flying beasts were floating in the sky. They were led by 2 people, one red and one black. He was wearing a red summoner's robe and a tourmaline crown on his head. He was about 40 or 50 years old, with a white face and no beard. He was riding a winged unicorn. This man was Ji Ruffing, the Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state more than 500 years ago. Beside him was a black-clothed man. The black-robed man's attire was very strange. He looked very tall and his entire body, including his limbs, was covered by a black robe. It was impossible to see what was under the black robe. Was it a human or a demonic beast? The Emperor Zhao in red had also come prepared tonight. On the continent, summoning a magical beast was akin to robbing a person's personal property. Red Pontiff Ji Ruffing could be considered to have exhausted all his schemes and laid down layers upon layers of traps. He had already received news that the Taiyuan had gradually turned into beasts half a year ago. Tonight, it had completely transformed into a Qilin. He didn't expect the Taiyuan to be so lucky. Ji Ruffing originally had people mislead Taiyuan so that he would turn into something that was neither human nor ghost after his beast transformation. Who would have known that Taiyuan would have the body of an ancient demon beast after his beast transformation? If he continued to sit back and watch, once the Taiyuan's Qilin body was fully integrated, its power would be comparable to that of a mythical beast. Ji Ruffing was afraid that by then, the Taiyuan would be too powerful for him to handle. Therefore, he added to the plan and launched an attack tonight. Hand over the three-eyed purple Qilin. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Dozens of summoners roared angrily like bats in the dark night. The people in the Taiyuan castle had a blood feud with the Zhao state. Now that Emperor Zhao had come in person, the people in the castle were furious. The two generals in the Taiyuan castle transformed into magic wings and summoned their own beasts. They flew into the air and fought against the people of the Zhao state. Ji Ruffing, this is the Taiyuan mountain, not the land of Pinglai. What is your intention for breaking into the Taiyuan mountain at night? The Castellan was not here, so the two generals were in charge of the affairs of the Castellan mansion. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Let the Taiyuan out. You are hiding my beasts. Ji Ruffing's face was full of disdain. He wanted to see how they would find the Taiyuan. Your Holiness, you came to visit me in the middle of the night just to see me. You really flatter me. The Castellan of Taiyuan walked out of the castle. He wore a long green robe and had an elegant face. He looked like an elegant scholar. When he saw the Castellan of Taiyuan, Red Pope Ji Ruffing looked like he had seen a ghost. How could it be? Shouldn't the Taiyuan? Ji Ruffing's expression changed slightly, but after all, he was a cunning old fox. He had an idea. Taiyuan, I's three-eyed purple Qilin escaped to your castle. Quickly hand it over. Ji Ruffing had already planned to force the Castellan of Taiyuan in the name of looking for his beasts. If they were unwilling to hand over the Qilin, he would use this as an excuse to attack the castle. The three-eyed purple Qilin was a top king-level beast. Ji Ruffing had been coveting it for a long time. He planned to take it for his own use. Hey, the Emperor Zhao in red can't even control his beast. How can such a person become the Emperor Zhao? A mocking voice suddenly broke into his ears. Ji Ruffing had never been mocked like this before. His face turned red. He looked carefully and saw a woman walk out of the castle. That woman, the woman's skin was as white as snow, and her black eyes were very lively. Her whole person was like an elf, shining in the dark night. The person who had mocked the Emperor Zhao in red was Yunxing. When the black-robed man behind Ji Ruffing saw Yunxing, a light flashed under his black robe. Where did this junior come from? How dare you mock I? As the Emperor Zhao, Ji Ruffing couldn't keep an eye on his beast. If the news spread, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Ji Ruffing, this is my distinguished guest. It's not your place to reprimand her. I didn't see any purple Qilin. Get out of Taiyuan Castle immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The Castellan of Taiyuan said. He waved his hand and the many guards behind him were all on guard. The battle between the two sides was about to break out at any time. It turned out that when the Castellan of Taiyuan heard Ji Ruffing's voice earlier, he wanted to rush out of the castle and compete with Ji Ruffing. But Yunxing said that there was a way to restore his human form. The Castellan of Taiyuan was skeptical, but the situation was urgent. He could only let Yunxing do it. Yunxing used the Celestial Fox People's Corpse puppet technique to temporarily calm the hostility in the Castellan of Taiyuan. Sure enough, he turned into a human form. In this way, Ji Rufeng's scheme was ruined. Facing such a situation, Ji Rufeng didn't panic. He said unhurriedly, whether the three-eyed Kylin is in the castle or not, we'll know after we try. He looked at the black-robed man beside him and said respectfully, Brother Yu, it seems that we still have to ask you to do it. Chapter 833. Ever since the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, Yunsheng had noticed the black-robed man beside him. The black-robed man's appearance was unclear, and he had never spoken. Even when Ji Rufeng asked respectfully, the other party did not have the slightest intention of responding. This was also what surprised Yunsheng the most. Who was Ji Rufeng? He was the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state. He was one of the top existences in the boundless continent at that time. When others saw him, they were all in awe. However, when Ji Rufeng spoke to the black-robed man beside him, he used honorifics. It could be seen that even he was very afraid of that man. Although he was floating in the air, he did not have doqi wings or magic wings. However, to be able to stand side by side with the Emperor Zhao in red, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The black-robed man, who had been at the side without any movement, stretched out his hand. Under the moonlight, his hand was slender and beautiful, as if it was carved out of white jade. Between his index finger and thumb was a red magic crystal. The black-robed man softly chanted. In the crystal, a ray of light like a red line shot into the center of the Taiyuan city lord's eyebrows with a whoosh. When the red light shot in, the Taiyuan city lord covered his forehead as if he had been burned by fire. He knelt on the ground with both hands, like a wild beast, lying on the ground. He felt that after the red light entered his body, the evil aura that had been suppressed earlier was like boiling water with firewood added to it, crazily surging in his body. All the bones in his body creaked, his limbs swelled, and purple scales burst through his clothes. A third eye grew on his forehead. When the guards of Taiyuan City saw the appearance of the Taiyuan City Lord, they were all dumbstruck, not knowing what had happened. Look carefully, that is not your city lord at all. It is a fake city lord that these two demons of unknown origin used magic to create. Ji Rufeng laughed loudly. Whoosh! A cold light shot out towards the blood-red magic crystal. The black-robed man was already prepared. He stretched out his 5 fingers and caught the bone needle that was flying through the air between his fingers. A mere needle actually wanted to sneak up on him. Under the black-robed person's black robe, the corners of her rose-like lips curled up slightly with a hint of disdain. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched. Because the bone needle in his hand suddenly shattered, at least 4 or 5 forces shot out from the needle. The black-robed man was caught off guard, and the magic crystal in his hand shattered with a bang. What kind of kung fu was this? Not fighting aura or magic. Humph, do you really think that our Yen clan's medical soul god needle is easy to bully? Outside the castle, Yunsheng snickered in her heart. When the crystal exploded, the Taiyuan city lord, who was still continuously transforming, temporarily stopped his transformation. However, he still retained his half-human, half-beast appearance. Ji Rufeng, you are so shameless. You first tempted the Taiyuan city lord to fuse with the blood crystal, then used the blood crystal to attempt to turn the Taiyuan city lord into a beast and make him betray everyone. Yunsheng angrily rebuked Ji Rufeng. What evidence do you have? Ji Rufeng disdainfully asked. We are the evidence. 2 beasts darted out from the darkness. It was the 2 tiger-lion beasts. It turned out that the 2 tiger-lion beasts had been thrown out of the magic array earlier because it had been destroyed. However, their luck was slightly better than Yi Baiming's and they were left at the foot of the mountain. The 2 tiger-lion beasts took advantage of the night to quietly climb the mountain and enter the castle to look for the Taiyuan city lord. Who would have thought that they would run into the Zao State's night attack and witness the scene of the Taiyuan city lord being forced to transform into a beast? Everyone, we brothers were turned into this by that old dog, Ji Feng, the two tiger-lion beasts said vividly. When they spoke emotionally, they did not forget to shed a few tiger-lion beasts' tears. Even Yunxing did not want their acting skills and secretly gave them a thumbs up. Even the two tiger-lion beasts, original lives, from more than 500 years ago, the two deputy generals of the Taiyuan city lord, could not help but believe their words. Ji Ruffing did not expect that two tiger-lion beasts who could speak human would suddenly appear. For a moment, he did not know how to explain himself. Also, you should be able to recognize these heart crystals. I found them in the castle. You secretly hid them in the magic array of the breeding shed in an attempt to secretly control the demonic beasts in the Taiyuan castle. When you launched the night attack, you coordinated from the inside and the outside. Yunxing also took out the heart crystals that she found earlier. These are all rumors that you made up to frame I, Ji Ruffing refused to admit it. Is this also a rumor? Get out of here. Du Xiu strode out of the castle with a man in the Taiyuan city lord's mansion's guard uniform in his hand. Du Xiu casually tossed the guard out and tore open the guard's robe. Surprisingly, he was wearing the summoner's robe of the Zhao Ting Palace. Yunsheng and Du Xiu split up. Du Xiu searched the castle for a while and finally found the man who pretended to be injured but was actually a Zao state spy. The Emperor Zao, you have to save me. I have already followed your instructions and buried the heart crystals in the breeding shed. The guard rolled and crawled toward Ji Ruffing. Ji Ruffing was unable to restrain his anger. The magic scepter in his hand shot out an ice spike and pierced the spy's head. Taiyuan, don't think that you will be fine just because you saw through my plan. I, Ji Ruffing, have always been prepared for both sides. Originally, I only wanted to capture you and make you a demonic beast under I's crotch for the rest of your life. Now, I have changed my mind. I want to turn the entire Taiyuan city into a purgatory and turn all of you into beasts. The Emperor Zao in red Ji Ruffing laughed wildly. The red Emperor Zao's robe was particularly dazzling under the moonlight. He suddenly rose into the air and chanted. The magic scepter in his hand flashed with a strange light. In Taiyuan Mountain, 8 purple magic arrays rose in 8 different directions. The light of the magic arrays shot into the sky. In the sky, the clouds suddenly shrank and squeezed. The clouds kept colliding and rubbing against each other, making a sound like a beast's roar. Not good, the purple gold beast blood curse. Yunxing did not expect that the Emperor Zao in red Ji Ruffing had already set up the purple gold beast blood curse in the mountain. Yunxing hurriedly chanted and tried to use the time-stop magic to interrupt Ji Ruffing's beast blood curse. However, the difference between her magical realm and Ji Ruffing's was too great. Her time-stop magic was not effective at all. The range of the 8 light pillars continued to expand and gradually enveloped the entire Taiyuan city. When the residents in the city noticed the purple light, they all ran out of their houses. The sky was blood purple, and the clouds moved down bit by bit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a little girl like you to know the time-stop magic. However, it's too late. Once the purple gold beast blood curse is activated, it can't be stopped. All of you will become demonic beasts. Ji Ruffing laughed wildly. He had been waiting for this day for many years. Anyone who disobeyed the summon court would only have death waiting for them. Chapter 834. In the blink of an eye, the purple gold beast blood curse was about to be completed. Oh. Can't stop it. I don't think so. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat when she heard the voice. Night Fox. Yi Baiming stood in the night. He had lost a little weight after a day of not seeing him, but he looked even more handsome and tall. His ink-colored clothes fluttered in the night. When he saw Yunxing, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. But in the next second, when they saw Dugu Xiu, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. As Yi Baiming spoke, the entire purple gold beast blood curse was activated. However, what Ji Ruffing couldn't accept was that the 8 magic arrays that were supposed to cover the entirety of Taiyuan City trembled slightly before exploding into pieces. How can this be? How can this be? My purple gold beast blood curse. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing obviously couldn't accept this reality. The purple gold beast blood curse that he had painstakingly studied for many years had no effect at all. The Emperor Zhao in red, your purple gold beast blood curse took me a lot of effort. I went back and forth with more than a dozen villagers in the fishing village and used several carts of night incense to destroy your purple gold beast blood curse. Yi Baiming's face was full of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to completely destroy the magic arrays of the purple gold beast blood curse, he wouldn't have come to find Yunxing only now. But fortunately, his little wild cat was very clever and had already settled the matter of Taiyuan City. Yunxing heaved a long sigh of relief and gave Yi Baiming a look of approval. With this, the Emperor Zhao in red's conspiracy was destroyed. Who are you people? How dare you ruin I's plans? The Emperor Zhao in red had been preparing for this night for many years, but he didn't expect that the sudden appearance of these young men and women would ruin all of his plans. He hated to the extreme. But if these people thought that they had already won, they were gravely mistaken. This time, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Dugu Xiu said tacitly, we call it 500 years later. 500 years later. What the hell was that? The 3 of them were clearly tricking him. Hearing this, the red-clothed emperor became even more furious. However, Ji Ruffing did not dare to act rashly. He could tell that the 2 men beside the woman were not ordinary people. 1 might be easy to deal with, but 2 would be difficult to deal with. Needless to say, the mayor of Taiyuan City was also eyeing them covetously. He gritted his teeth and said to the black-robed man beside him, Brother Yu, please help me again. Ji Ruffing, think carefully. My help comes with a price. This time, the black-robed person spoke. His voice was very pleasant, sounding like both a man and a woman. When it fell into one's ears, it was like a feather gently tickling one's ear. It was also like a demon's voice, making one unconsciously intoxicated. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree. Ji Ruffing had to kill these people tonight. Otherwise, the Zhao state's reputation would be completely ruined. Ji Ruffing, who had been blinded by anger, had forgotten how terrifying the black-robed person was. His busyness wasn't something that everyone could afford to bear. The black-robed person looked at Yunxing and the other 2 and sighed bitterly. Why did the few of you get involved in this disaster? It's your bad luck to have bumped into me. Who exactly are you? Why have you been hiding? Yunxing looked on coldly. From the actions just now, the heart crystal clearly came from this black-robed person. From the Emperor Zhao in red's tone, this person and Ji Ruffing were not friends, but partners. If it was just a partnership, Yunxing wanted to persuade this person to change sides at the last minute. It was very likely that this person was related to the Dharma Temple or the Heart Distress Lantern. Yunxing did not dare to let down her guard. In this world, only 2 kinds of people know my identity. One is the dead, and the other is the people of my generation. However, for you to be able to break my heart crystal, you can be considered to have some ability. The black-robed man admired Yunxing. I will give you 2 choices. One is to stop caring about Taiyuan City and go back to where you came from. The other is to die by my hands. The black-robed person gave his choice. I am very sorry, I choose neither. I will take care of Taiyuan City. I want to see what other tricks you have. Yunsheng was not afraid of the heart crystal. She had learned the corpse puppet technique of the celestial fox people, so she had a certain resistance to normal heart crystals. Otherwise, she would not have been able to break the heart crystals that she had hidden in the breeding shed. The black-robed person looked at Yunsheng with interest. Upon closer inspection, he found that this young human girl had a pair of blue eyes. When she spoke, her black eyes looked around. This girl looked young, and her eyes were very clean. However, the intelligence in her eyes was obvious. Such a pure and cunning girl, with the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a woman, was very interesting. The black-robed person's lips pulled up slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile. I have met someone with a firm mind. Let me ask you, which one of the two men behind you is your lover? The black-robed person changed the topic. When the black-robed person asked this, Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu became highly alert. The two of them forgot that they were in danger and stared nervously at Yunsheng. What nonsense are you talking about? What do the two of them have to do with me? Yunsheng's face was red with anger. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu were immediately discouraged. The black-robed person saw their reaction and found it very funny. Oh. Neither of the two. Or are you not sure which one to choose? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Let me try it for you. The black-robed person smiled strangely. He stretched out his hand once again, but this time, it was his right hand that stretched out. This time, he did not hold a magic crystal in his hand, but a lamp. It was a glass palace lamp. It was only the size of 2 palms, and was firmly held in the black-robed person's palm. There were blood-red jade tassels hanging from the 4 corners of the palace lamp. There were no candles in the palace lamp. It only emitted a dim red light. The black-robed man held the palace lamp and muttered something. As he chanted, the palace lamp was like the lanterns of the Lantern Festival, spinning. As the palace lamp spun, the jade tassels on the 4 corners spun quickly. The light in the palace lamp became brighter and brighter. The palace lamp was like a burning fireball, like the sun rising from the east. The red light shrouded the entire Taiyuan castle. Yunsheng only felt a stinging pain in her eyes. In her mind, there was an additional voice. The black-robed person's feather-like voice intermittently sounded in her mind, "Human race, listen to my order. Sacrifice my flesh and blood, be my ghost prison's people's sacrifice. My soul will forever become the ghost prison's slave." In Yunsheng's mind, a name flashed like lightning. Heart is difficult to light. Thank you for your tips and all kinds of tickets. Chapter 835. It was rumored that among the 8 barren divine weapons, there was a magical lamp. Its light was like blood, and anyone who was shrouded by the heart lamp would lose their mind and become a puppet. Everyone present, including Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, revealed a perplexed expression. Yunsheng hurriedly covered her ears, but this person's voice still continued to enter her ears. Damn it! In that moment of confusion, Yi Baiming was also struggling to hold on. He realized that he was losing control of his hands and feet. A black shadow scuttled over and punched towards Yi Baiming's face. Duge Xiu had been completely controlled. Yi Baiming held on to his last bit of consciousness and dodged Duge Xiu's attack. Under the blood-red light, in front of the castle, the people of Taiyuan Castle had already turned into beasts. They could not differentiate between friend and foe, and started to kill each other. On the other side, Yunsheng's mind was also swaying. She felt that her consciousness was leaving her body bit by bit. All kinds of negative emotions came one after another. In her previous life, the loneliness when her grandfather passed away, and the anger when she was betrayed by Lu Minglang. In this life, the sadness when her good friend Ling and Gufeng left. Everything, all kinds of negative emotions came rushing towards her like a tide. No, if this goes on, I will definitely be controlled. Oh right, maybe the Di Hong song can resolve the effect of the heart lamp. Yunxing thought of the 1,000-year ice zither in the beast language ring. The Di Hong song was an ancient song. Other than being able to confuse people's minds, every chapter had a different effect. Yunxing quickly took out the 1,000-year ice zither, sat down cross-legged, and stroked the strings. She heard the sound of the zither and the Di Hong song. At first, it was intermittent, but towards the end, the sound of the zither became more continuous. At first, the sound of the zither was like a gurgling stream. Towards the end, it was like a great river flowing towards the east. With the sound of the zither, Yunxing's muddled mind became clearer and clearer. I didn't expect that there would be someone who knew the ancient emperor's song in the boundless land. Unfortunately, your ancient emperor's song is incomplete. You should admit defeat. The heart lamp in the black-robed man's hand spun even faster. The more the heart lamp spun, the stronger it became. Seeing the heart lamp showing its power again, Yunxing's zither music gradually became weaker. Bang! There was a claw wind. The heart lamp. The heart lamp's heart lamp had a crack. The heart lamp suddenly stopped spun. The black-robed man was flabbergasted. When he looked again at his attacker, he realized that it was the Taiyuan city lord, who had already transformed into his half-beast human form. The Taiyuan city lord's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was bathed in blood as he glared at the black-robed man and the lamp of sorrow in his hand. The heart distress lantern, which was known as one of the 8 barren lands' divine artifacts, had a deep crack on its wall. That crack had greatly reduced the effect of the heart lamp. It was this seemingly insignificant lamp that caused great damage to Taiyuan. The hillside was littered with corpses. Under the effect of the heart lamp, hundreds of civilians had killed each other. I see. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone could merge with the halberd of the divine warrior. The black-robed man muttered to himself. He looked at the Taiyuan lord's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, who had regained their calmness, looked at the Taiyuan lord's hand. Because of his beast transformation, the Taiyuan lord's arm had turned into a Qilin arm. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that his arms were extraordinary. In the instant that Taiyuan city lord attacked, his Qilin arms glowed with golden light, and inch-long, sharp claws grew out of them. They were unstoppable, and in one fell swoop, they broke through the influence of the lamp of sorrow. Since the heart lamp was one of the 8 barren divine weapons, its toughness was not something that could be broken by ordinary weapons. Only one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior, could break the effect of the heart lamp. Thinking back, Fei Ling Us said that the Taiyuan lord had obtained one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior. It turned out that the halberd of the divine warrior was not a real halberd. It referred to the 2 Qilin arms in the hands of the Taiyuan lord. The halberd of the divine warrior was actually a pair. Interesting. The heart lamp meets the halberd of the divine warrior. I wonder who is stronger. The black-robed man laughed loudly. Who are you? Hand over the heart distress lantern. Yunxing had returned to 500 years ago with the intention of reversing time and space. She had not expected that she would accidentally discover the most mysterious of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the heart distress lantern, which might be related to her mother's amnesia. 500 years ago, the heart lamp went missing. It turned out that it was in the black-robed man's hands. Night Fox, Duguxiu, the heart lamp is very important. We must get it. Yunxing ordered. Yi Baiming and Duguxiu chased after the black-robed man and flew into the sky. The black-robed man smiled but did not speak. He opened his arms and glided into the sky like a giant black bat. Since she knew that the heart lamp could be related to her mother Hu Jiuxing's memory loss, Yunxing decided that she had to get it no matter what. However, this black-robed man did not reveal his face from the beginning to the end. Even his true strength was difficult for Yunxing to determine. With Yi Baiming and Duguxiu's help, the chances of getting the heart lamp were higher. Be careful. Yunxing was worried about the heart lamp. She forgot that she was still on the battlefield. The Zhao state's people were still eyeing her covetously. When the city lord of Taiyuan warned her, Yunxing felt a powerful magic attack coming towards her. In the sky, Yi Baiming suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and looked down. Ji Rufing's magic scepter was facing Yunxing. Damned woman, if it weren't for you, things wouldn't have come to this. I'll let you have a taste of becoming a magical beast. Seeing that even the heart lamp had been broken, Ji Rufing knew that it was impossible for him to destroy Taiyuan City. He vented all his anger on Yunxing and the others. If she hadn't stopped him, his plan would have been completed long ago. In the end, he used a purple gold beast blood curse to turn Yunxing into her beast form. Yunxing had nowhere to hide. Ji Rufing's strength was worlds apart from hers, and they were so close to each other. When the magic attack hit her, Yunxing felt something in her chest suddenly shatter. Immediately after, a ray of light burst out from Yunxing's chest. In the next moment, Yi Baiming was already in front of her. Miraculously, Ji Rufing flew out. He was sent flying by his own magic. This is... Yunxing looked at the broken magic weapon on the ground in disbelief. This magic weapon was given to her by Xia Wenqiu when she entered Taiyuan Mountain. At that time, he only said that it was a light magic weapon. Yunxing thought that it only contained a portion of healing and light magic, so she didn't take it to heart. She just didn't expect that this magic weapon would save her life in the most critical situation. There was only one spell in the magic weapon. It was a mirror spell. It could block any magic attack and then reflect the enemy's magic. Chapter 836. Mirror magic was a very special type of light magic. Its power was not controlled by the light magician himself, but was based on the opponent's magic attack. Once the magic was reflected, it would have the exact same effect as the original magic. And this time, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufing, had used the purple gold beast blood curse on Yunxing. Impossible, no, I don't want to become a magical beast, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufing, cried out in pain. His body was gradually changing. Hair grew on his hands and feet, and his bones became thicker. The Emperor Zhao in red was slowly becoming a magical beast. Ji Rufing, you haven't given me the reward you promised. The incident happened too suddenly, but the black-robed man seemed to have predicted it and laughed coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he grabbed Ji Rufing's head with his 5 fingers. A wave of magic power invaded Ji Rufing's brain, and a strand of his soul was extracted. The black-robed man's hand shook, and the strand of Ji Rufing's soul was sucked into the heart distress lantern. The black-robed man performed this series of actions very naturally, as if taking someone's soul was a common occurrence. After Ji Rufing's soul fell into the heart distress lantern, the originally dim lantern regained some brightness. The black-robed man's sleeve brushed Ji Rufing's chest again, and a square box rolled out. The box opened, and a pitch-black key rolled out from within. The key looked different from ordinary metal keys, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. The key was pitch black, and looked as if it had been burned by smoke. When they saw the key, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's expressions changed. The two of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions were somewhat unsightly. They had already guessed the man's identity at the same time. The black-robed man took the key, opened his arms, and flew up into the sky like a rock. He stood in the air, confident and at ease. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since I met an opponent that I enjoyed fighting? I will remember you, and you must also remember I. We will definitely meet again. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he raised his hand and lifted his black robe. In the night sky, the man's face was as enchanting as a painting. His sword-like eyebrows were like peaks, his nose was tall and straight, and his eyes were a faint purple. Because he was covered by a black robe all year round, his face was a little sickly pale. On the left side of his face, there was a beautiful rose in full bloom like a tattoo. Not only did the many roses not accentuate his overly rouge aura, but it instead gave him an indescribably seductive feeling. This was a man who could even bewitch the darkness. His appearance made people forget to breathe for a moment. After the man revealed his true face, he waved his left hand in the air, and a strange crack appeared in the sky. He disappeared into the crack in an instant. What is this? Divine spell, spatial rend. Yunsheng had only seen it by chance in the library of the continent's magic elite camp. There was a long-lost divine magic called space-splitting. Spatial rend could also be called the highest level of earth magic, the super-evolved version of earth meld. This kind of magic could break through any barrier, allowing one to pass from one place to another without any obstacles. Yunsheng had originally thought that this was just a legendary magic, but after seeing it today, she realized that such a high level of magic really existed in this world. Yunsheng was tongue-tied. She didn't think that the black-robed man's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. That's the Netherworld Ghost King. There were two gasps behind them as Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu blurted out. In the Boundless Continent, there weren't many people who knew about the Netherworld Ghost King. However, there was another item of the Netherworld Ghost King that was famous in the Boundless Continent. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the same as the Divine War Halberd, the Heart Sorrow Lantern, the Immortal Holy Grail, and the Summoning Demon Hand. Every one of the 8 barren divine weapons had their own unique characteristics. The Netherworld Ghost Key was no exception. The Ghost Key itself had no use. However, with the Netherworld Ghost Key, one could ask the Ghost King of the Netherworld Ghost Prison to do something for them. The Netherworld Ghost King was the creator of the Netherworld Ghost Key. He was also the only person in the Boundless Continent who was close to the level of a god. There were many legends about this Ghost King in the Boundless Continent. Even the Bakra orcs had legends about him. According to the legends, he had mastered the terrifying god-slaying magic. Even a true god wouldn't dare to take his life. That was why his face was always youthful, and he wouldn't age or die. He enslaved all the wandering souls in the world and was the terrifying ruler of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. A key of the Netherworld Ghost King could be as big as destroying a country, or as small as giving a person thousands of coins. However, as long as the wish of the Ghost Key's owner was fulfilled, the Ghost King would come to retrieve the Ghost Key. If the owner of the Ghost Key was greedy and wanted a second wish, the Ghost King would agree. However, the Ghost King would take away the most important thing of the Ghost Key's owner. Although the Netherworld Ghost Key was called a divine weapon, it wasn't actually a divine weapon. It only represented a one-time help from the powerful Netherworld Ghost King. As for why the Netherworld Ghost King created the Netherworld Ghost Key, there were many theories. The most well-known theory in the continent was that the Netherworld Ghost King was bored out of his mind and created the Netherworld Ghost Key to kill time. The Emperor Zhao in Red, Ji Rufing, had obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key from somewhere. He originally wanted to destroy Taiyuan City with the help of the Netherworld Ghost King. If there were no obstructions from Yunsheng and the rest during this period, everything would naturally fall into place. It was just that man proposes but God disposes. In the end, Ji Ruffing ended up with the outcome of being reduced to a magical beast. When the people of the Zhao state saw that the Emperor Zhao had become a demonic beast, they were so scared that they didn't dare to stay any longer. They took Ji Ruffing and ran away with their tails between their legs. Not long after Ji Ruffing returned, he fell ill from the accumulation of depression and soon died. Although Taiyuan City had escaped this calamity, under the effects of the Heart Sorrow Lantern, countless people had died in Taiyuan City. The next day, when the sun rose, the Taiyuan City Lord ordered people to clean up the mountain of corpses. It had been 500 years since Yunsheng and the others had returned. There was only a few hours left. The Taiyuan City Lord ordered people to find Yunsheng and the others. The three of you, thank you for your help this time. Taiyuan City has also escaped this calamity. The Taiyuan City Lord expressed his heartfelt thanks to the three of them. He had already accepted the fact that the three of them had come from 500 years in the future. I've already decided to scatter all the treasures in the castle and have the people move down the mountain. After this incident, the Taiyuan City Lord had seen through many things. For so many years, in order to take revenge, he had almost lost his nature. He had never realized that Fei Lingyue had always been by his side. Now that he had the body of a half-beast, it was too late for regrets. The Taiyuan City Lord decided to let go of his hatred. He was worried that the Zhao state would come back for revenge, so he decided to have all the people move away. From now on, Taiyuan City would no longer exist on the continent. Chapter 837. Both of you, this is what the City Lord wanted me to give you. One of the Taiyuan City Lord's deputies handed 2 boxes to Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu respectively. After the City Lord of Taiyuan decided to dismiss the people of Taiyuan City, he stayed in the underground palace alone. He would spend the rest of his life accompanying Empress Fei. As a token of appreciation, he gave Yunsheng and the other 2 gifts before they left. But what made Yunsheng speechless was that the City Lord of Taiyuan only prepared 2 gifts for Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu respectively. Why didn't she get one? She was the one who activated the space-time reversal spell. She was also the one who was entrusted by Empress Fei. This City Lord of Taiyuan was too unreasonable. Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu opened their respective boxes. Inside the boxes, halberds of the Divine Warrior. To be exact, inside the boxes were a pair of halberds of the Divine Warrior. All along, Yunsheng and the other 2, as well as everyone who was looking for the 8 barren artifacts, thought that the halberd of the Divine Warrior used by the first martial god was a divine weapon. It was only when the City Lord of Taiyuan used the halberd of the Divine Warrior that they realized that the halberd of the Divine Warrior was actually a pair of Qilin arms. The first martial god had cut off the Black Qilin King's forearm to refine it. This pair of Qilin halberds of the Divine Warrior could be integrated into the human body, giving the arms an indestructible destructive power. But the City Lord of Taiyuan gave this pair of halberds of the Divine Warrior to Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu respectively. Yi Baiming received the Qilin halberd of the Divine Warrior on the right arm, while Duga Xiu received the Qilin halberd of the Divine Warrior on the left arm. In this way, the halberd of the Divine Warrior was incomplete. Thank you, City Lord. Yi Baiming accepted the boxes calmly. Duga Xiu was the same. As for Dr. Yun, you must be very curious as to why the City Lord didn't give you a gift. The Deputy General also noticed Yunsheng's slight dissatisfaction. The Lord of Taiyuan said that you will see his gift to you when you return to Taiyuan 500 years later. The Deputy General conveyed the words of the Lord of Taiyuan. Yunsheng was puzzled. 500 years later. Hour is almost up. We have to go back, Yi Baiming reminded Yunsheng. You too. Do you want to go back 500 years with me or? Before Yunxing left, she asked the two tiger men for their opinions. These two tiger-lion beasts were the deputy generals of Taiyuan City Lord. Miss Yun, Taiyuan City's crisis has been resolved, and Taiyuan City no longer exists in this world. History has been changed, and us two brothers will never be able to return to our original state due to magic. However, we no longer have any attachments. You are our savior, and we are willing to follow you for the rest of our lives, the two tiger men said in unison. Yunxing heard them and didn't have any objections. She immediately drew a magic array and returned to the past 500 years. In the underground palace, the city lord of Taiyuan looked at the halberd of the divine warrior in the coffin. He seemed to hear Fei Lingyue's soft call. His hands had been cut off, and there were traces of blood on the bandages. Once the halberd of the divine warrior fused with his body, he would have to cut off his arms if he wanted to take it out again. The city lord of Taiyuan was now a cripple. City lord, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? The two deputies of the city lord of Taiyuan were heartbroken. Those two are not good people. They both want the halberd of the divine warrior. Since I have already given up on the idea of hegemony, I should hand it over. The world will be in chaos when the divine weapon is out, and that is the world of the young, the city lord of Taiyuan said. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu didn't say anything, but they both had the same idea in their hearts. They wanted to snatch the halberd of the divine warrior from the hands of the city lord of Taiyuan. The two deputies were silent. You too can leave as well. I want to stay here and quietly accompany you, The city lord of Taiyuan ordered everyone to leave the underground palace. After the two deputies left, the magic array in the underground palace was extinguished like a candle flame. Immediately after, the underground palace rumbled, and then there was silence. City Lord. The two deputies knelt beside the magic array, tears streaming down their cheeks. 500 years later, it was still in Taiyuan Mountain. The trajectory of history had suddenly reversed, but the ruins of Taiyuan didn't look any different from the past. After waiting for a few days, Ru Yi brought back a piece of disappointing news. The young judge of destiny said that the cycle of cause and effect is determined by the heavens. Whether the people in Taiyuan Castle can walk out alive is up to their destiny. No external forces can interfere. What kind of time is it now? Destiny. The people of the temple are so pedantic. After waiting for a few days, there was still no clue. Seeing that the best time for rescue was about to end, Lon, who already had a bad temper, was furious. Isn't that right? What divine weapon? There isn't even a shadow of a divine weapon. Aren't they just fooling us? Cheng Bai was also worried about Yi Baiming's whereabouts. If something happens to Crown Prince Dugu this time, the later Qin will not let go of the Zhao court and the Dharma temple even if we have to mobilize the power of the later Qin. Madame Qi Bai had been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days as she was worried about Du Guxiu's whereabouts. Ru Yi's face was also bitter. How did he become the culprit? Stop quarreling. Look at the sky. Qi, who had been watching the castle closely, suddenly felt that there were some changes in the sky. He looked up and saw that the purple cloud that had been occupying the peak of Taiyuan Mountain for hundreds of years was slowly dispersing. The sky returned to its original blue color, and the sun poured down on the mountain peak. The mountain was clearer, and the wind was smoother. The entire ruins of Taiyuan were like an old woman who had been rejuvenated. Under the sun, they shone brightly. At the same time, Ru Yi also realized that the layer of magic that had been covering the outside of Taiyuan Castle was automatically removed. Quick, let's go in immediately. No one was in the mood to pay attention to the changes in Taiyuan Mountain. They just wanted to enter the ruins and find the three missing people. As soon as they walked into the corridor of magical beasts, everyone became alert. The 20 golden purple statues of magical beasts had turned back into their beast forms. There were not many people left. Facing 20 magical beasts, it was bound to be a bloody battle. But no one wanted to retreat. Even if there was only a small chance, they wanted to enter the castle and find the whereabouts of Yunxing and the others. After a few steps, they heard footsteps in front of them. 3 people walked out from the other end of the corridor of magical beasts. Yunxing. Baiming. Your Highness. The people who were originally worried were overjoyed when they saw the 3 people. But then, they became nervous. This was because everyone could see that behind the 3 of them, or to be exact, behind Yunxing, were 2 tiger-lion beasts that looked like calves. These 2 tiger-lion beasts were not inferior to the king-level magical beasts. Like the 20 golden-purple magical beasts, these 2 tiger-lion beasts were equipped with golden-purple equipment. It was obvious that these 2 tiger-lion beasts were the leaders of these golden-purple magical beasts. Chapter 838. The 2 tiger-lion beasts gracefully leaped forward. The 20 purple gold beasts immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it, everyone was in despair. Just 20 purple gold beasts were already difficult enough to deal with. With the addition of 2 king-level beasts, escaping from the castle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. The 2 tiger-lion beasts actually led the 20 purple gold beasts to prostrate themselves in front of Yunxing and worship her. Is this worship? Lord Yun, do these beasts belong to you? Huiyut saw through the clues. That's right. From now on, they are my beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts had already pledged their allegiance to Yunxing. The Lord of Taiyuan City and Empress Fei had already passed away. These beasts that had been cursed with the purple gold beast's blood curse and could not age or die became masterless beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts made the decision and led their 20 brothers to pledge their allegiance to Yunxing. Yunxing naturally agreed to have such an enhanced elite army of beasts. What happened to you guys these past few days? Are you hurt? Although Heaven's Winged Jade did not know what had happened to Yunxing and the other 2 in the Taiyuan castle, there must be a reason why the purple clouds had dispersed and the purple gold beasts had suddenly pledged their allegiance. For a moment, Yunxing did not know where to start. Moreover, in front of so many people, she decided that she would explain to Heaven's Winged Jade when she had the chance in the future. On the other side, Yi Baiming, Qing Bai, Bu Zhouxiao, Du Guxiu, and Madame Qi Bailu had also reunited. Come over and take a look. The handwriting on this jade tablet has changed. Zhou Qingchuan made a discovery. The jade tablet he was talking about was the one at the entrance of the Taiyuan castle. It was marked with the overall layout of the Taiyuan castle. Everyone gathered around to take a look. It turned out that other than the earliest map on the jade tablet, the original record of the underground palace had been changed. However, at the last part of the jade stele, there were a few more lines of words. I, the people of Taiyuan, thank Yunxing for saving Taiyuan City and its people from danger. Taiyuan was unable to repay her, so she was willing to give Mount Taiyuan to Yunxing. I hope the Taiyuan can regain its former glory in his hands. This line of words, looking at the handwriting, was not newly engraved. Moreover, the handwriting was exactly the same as the previous handwriting on the jade tablet. It was obvious that it was written by the Taiyuan city lord. A gift from more than 500 years ago. When Yunxing saw this, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. She finally understood the meaning of the words that the deputy general had passed on to her. 500 years later, he would know what the gift was. The city lord of Taiyuan had actually given her the entire Taiyuan mountain. Yunxing finally reacted. The entire Taiyuan mountain. Wasn't this gift a little too shocking? However, why would the city lord of Taiyuan give her Mount Taiyuan? Was it really just to repay a debt of gratitude? Wow, this is too amazing. Yunsheng, from now on, you are the city lord of Taiyuan. Qingbai surrounded the jade tablet and clicked his tongue in wonder. Taiyuan Mountain was famous for being a no-man's land. Even the 5 countries on the mainland could not control it. Yunsheng being like this was equivalent to becoming a local tyrant. The others also looked envious. Taiyuan Mountain was thousands of meters high. Not to mention other things, just the treasures in Taiyuan City and the rich resources in Taiyuan Mountain were already endless wealth. This time, even if Yunsheng did not find the 8 barren magical artifacts, she had already profited enough. To the current Yunsheng, obtaining a city was just the right time. Ever since Yunba moved out of Yujing City, although they had already settled in Yunba's fief, the Yun family's fief was still within Zhou State. The emperor of Zhou State, who had never changed his mind, would still send people to invite Yunba out of the mountain every now and then. This annoyed Yunba to no end. However, if they obtained Taiyuan City, because Taiyuan Mountain was a no-man's land, no country had the right to interfere. Taiyuan had many defensive lines such as the Sea and Sky Line and the Magic Fork. Even if the outside world wanted to invade Taiyuan Mountain, it would be very difficult. Although Taiyuan City was only left with some ruins, most of the houses, including this Taiyuan castle, only needed to be renovated and strengthened to restore its former appearance. Yunsheng could very well have her grandfather, Yunba, bring all the residents of the fief to Taiyuan Mountain. Thinking of this, Yunsheng decided to leave. She sent back a few hunters from Zhou State and had them bring the news to her second uncle, Yun Songlang. She also asked Zhou Qingchuan to send the craftsmen of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to Taiyuan City immediately. She wanted to rebuild Taiyuan City. However, what made Yunsheng even happier was that she had obtained Taiyuan City. This meant that she could openly send people to search for the whereabouts of the Divine Law Bracelet in the City Lord's Hall. Chen Lian had died earlier, and if there were no accidents, her Divine Law Bracelet should still be lost in the City Lord's Hall. After giving instructions, Yunsheng followed the group back to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Wenqiu and the others had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the purple clouds in the sky disperse, Xia Wenqiu already knew that Yunsheng and the others had succeeded. Young Master Siming, they're coming down. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Xia Wenqiu raised his head. On the mountain path, he could vaguely see the graceful figure of a person. She had finally returned. Xia Siming, it's all thanks to you this time. That Dharma artifact of yours saved my life. Yunsheng saw Xia Wenqiu at first glance, and the 2 little dimples at the side of her mouth were especially vivid. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Seeing the living Yunsheng standing in front of him, a smile appeared on Xia Wenqiu's face. Xia Siming, why is there blood under your abdomen? Yunsheng's gaze turned and noticed that there was a trace of blood on Xia Wenqiu's magic robe. Xia Wenqiu's eyes darkened, and his hand unconsciously touched his abdomen. His fingertips were trembling, and there was a trace of blood on his pure white magic robe. Senior brother, why are you injured? What kind of wound is it that even light magic can't heal? Hearing this, Rui hurriedly went forward to treat Xia Wenqiu. It's nothing. Light magic can't heal this wound. Xia Wenqiu took a deep breath and nonchalantly pushed Rui's hand away. Sigh, we still haven't found the Octaterra relic. Elder Helion counted the people and found that nearly half of them had died. He also knew that Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer had died in the Taiyuan castle. Yunsheng didn't say anything and looked at Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu. Before the 3 of them left the castle, they had already agreed that they wouldn't tell a 4th person what happened in the castle. The Octiterra relic had actually been unearthed long ago. There's no time to lose. Let's go down the mountain and return to the camp. Elder Hellion sighed. He only wanted to hurry back to the mainland's magic elite camp as soon as possible. No, Elder Hellion, I want to go to the fishing village before returning to the mainland's magic elite camp, Yi Baiming suddenly said. Thank you everyone for your votes, tips, and begging for more monthly votes. In December, I will work hard to keep up with the updates. Chapter 839. Why did Yi Baiming go to the fishing village? Although Elder Hellion was very curious, Yi Baiming was not a member of the mainland's magic elite camp. With his current strength, even Elder Hellion had to retreat. The group parted ways at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. After Yi Baiming arrived at the fishing village, he asked around and went to the door of a family with the surname Chiu. Knowing that a noble from Zhou State was looking for her, a round-faced fisherwoman walked out. Sir, may I ask why you are looking for Chiu Yi? Chiu Yi looked at the handsome man in front of her. When she saw the man's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, her face full of disbelief. The young man in front of her looked exactly the same as the man in the portrait hanging in the hall of her house. That portrait was left behind by Chiu Ye's great-grandmother, Chiu Nyang. It was the only family heirloom left behind by her great-grandmother. After Yi Baiming left that year, he entrusted a guard in the castle to give some money to Chiu Nyang in the fishing village as a way to repay her for saving his life. Today, when they passed by the fishing village, Yi Baiming wanted to visit Chiu Nyang's descendants. Chiu Yi led Yi Baiming and the others into a spacious house. Next to the incense table, there was a portrait hanging. After more than 500 years, although the portrait was well preserved, it was still a little yellow. The man in the portrait was dressed in black like the night and was incomparably cold. That year, when the guard in Taiyuan Castle gave Chiu Nyang some money, he fell in love with her at first sight. The two later became husband and wife. Relying on the money Yi Baiming gave her, Chiu Nyang's family lived a much better life in the fishing village. Chiu Nyang's branch had spread out, and many of her descendants had already gone to other places to make a living. Only Chiu Ye's branch still stayed in the fishing village and lived a life of fishing from sunrise to sunset. You've only been missing for a day and you've already attracted a romantic debt. Night Fox, your charm is really not small. Yun Sheng looked at the portrait on the incense table. Even though the painting wasn't very good, it was obvious that the painter had put a lot of effort into it. That woman from the fishing village, Chunyang, must have admired Yi Baiming a lot. I should be the one asking you that. What's that on your neck? After Yi Baiming confirmed that Chunyang's descendant was safe and sound, he was relieved of one of his worries. When he said this, Yunxing remembered that there was still a mark left by Duga Xiu's wolf kiss on her neck. The two of them were like fighting cocks, staring at each other. The atmosphere was very stiff. When they walked out of the fishing village, Yunxing and Yi Baiming were still sulking at each other. As they walked past the village entrance, two young boys and girls ran out in front of them. Li Taiyuan, you're going to sneak out of the fishing village again. If your father finds out, he'll break your legs. A young girl around 13 or 14 years old stopped a young man with luggage on his back. When she saw the young girl's appearance, Yunxing couldn't help but widen her eyes. That young girl's appearance was exactly the same as the Taiyuan imperial concubine from over 500 years ago, Fei Lingyue. She had a pretty oval face and a pair of big bright eyes. Her clothes were very crude, but they couldn't hide her natural beauty. Lingyue, why do you care so much about me? Even my mother isn't as long-winded as you. I just want to leave the fishing village and go out into the world. When I become successful in the future, I'll come back. The young man's face was full of longing. His silhouette and even his figure were 70 to 80% similar to the former Taiyuan city lord. A 15 or 16-year-old youth with a head full of the impulse to go out into the world. The people outside are bad. You're so stupid that you won't even know if you get tricked. Go back. If you don't go back, I'll never talk to you again. Leng Yeye was angry, so she stomped her feet and ran off. This was already the third time the young man had been discovered by her. Although his face was full of dissatisfaction, when the young man saw that Leng Yeye was angry, he also panicked. His face was red as he chased after Leng Yeye's back. Those two people, Yunxing suddenly laughed. 500 years of time, back to the past. Taiyuan City Lord, Fei Leng Yue, I hope you two can meet again in this life. Watching the young man and woman run away, Yunxing's hand was grabbed by a large hand. Yi Baiming didn't say anything, but quietly held Yunxing's hand. His warmth was transmitted to her through her palms. Yunxing's ears were as red as the sunset, but she didn't shake off Yi Baiming's hand like she usually did. Not far away, on the later Qin's carriage, Duguxiu saw this scene through the window. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eagle eyes. As the carriage moved forward, Duguxiu threw down the curtain, his heart full of resentment. Although he and Yi Baiming each got a Qilin arm this time, but Yi Baiming still won. North Nether King, our contest has only just begun. He took out an item from his storage belt. There was a bracelet on Duguxiu's hand. It was an old and simple bracelet. The soul stone on the bracelet had already shattered when Qinlian was devoured by magic. Most people would have thrown it away as trash if they saw it. However, a smile appeared on Duguxiu's face. Divine magic bracelet, I didn't expect that even the heavens are helping later Qin. Yunxing didn't know that the divine magic bracelet she was looking for wasn't in the city lord's hall of Taiyuan Castle, but had fallen into Duguxiu's hands. Although the divine magic bracelet wasn't of much use to Duguxiu, who was a warrior, Duguxiu knew that this bracelet was irresistible to all sorcerers on the continent. Yunsheng was no exception. The carriage stopped, and Duguxiu put away the divine magic bracelet. The curtain was lifted, and Madame Qi Bai entered. Qi Bai, I said before that I don't need anyone to serve me. Duguxiu furrowed his brows, showing a cold and unapproachable look. Madame Qi Bai felt bitter. This time, after returning from Taiyuan Castle, Duguxiu was even colder to her. She didn't know what she had done wrong, or what had happened to Duguxiu in the few days that he was missing. Crown Prince, I am here to inform you that during the few days that you were away, the Crown Prince's residents sent word that they had found the whereabouts of Princess Donghuang. After Donghuang Ling escaped from the eastern capital, Duguxiu blocked the news of the princess running away from the wedding. On the other hand, he sent people to look for Donghuang Ling What kind of person was Duguxiu? He definitely wouldn't let go of the matter of being stood up during the wedding ceremony. However, Madame Qi Bai paused, then carefully said, Princess Donghuang isn't alone. In the past few months, that male sorcerer called Gufeng has been living with her. Oh, that lad isn't afraid of death. Without further ado, let's go and capture Donghuang Ling and her lover. Duguxiu's face revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 840. The sun was setting in a nameless town located at the border between Zhou State and later Qin. Although it was already evening, a small medical center in the town was still very busy. Some of the townspeople were gathered around the counter of the small medical center. At the counter, a young man dressed in coarse clothes was busy sweating. Young Master Gu, the magic medicine you concocted is really useful. Our cat egg drank it several times and was cured. That's right. Young Master Gu's medical and magic skills are very powerful, and the price is also cheap. Several middle-aged women in their 30s and 40s surrounded Gufeng and talked about him. Gufeng came to this town a few months ago. After saying goodbye to Yunxing and abandon, Gufeng has been looking for a suitable residence on the mainland. Considering Ling Er's condition and the later Qin's pursuit, Gufeng finally chose this small town in Zhou State. The town was only dozens of miles away from Gufeng's hometown. Gufeng's parents were also old. It was convenient for him to go home and see his parents if he lived in the town. Gufeng was originally a magician. His light magic treatment was also the best in the mainland's magic elite camp. In addition, he followed Yunxing in his early years and helped in Little Xiantong for several years, so he also knew some medical skills. After arriving at the town, Gufeng found that there was no medical center in Little Xiantong. So, he simply followed Yunxing's practice and opened a medical center that could perform both magic treatment and ancient medical treatment. The medical center was open for more than half a month, and the business was not very good. But later, Gufeng occasionally rescued a boy who fainted on the roadside, and his medical skills and character spread in the town. The town was not big, and there were only a few thousand people. Gufeng soon became familiar with the townspeople here. The townspeople originally wanted to call him Dr. Gu, but Gufeng was embarrassed to agree. He knew that his medical skills were far from that of his good friend Yunxing. Therefore, the townspeople called him Little Master Gu instead. As the sky gradually darkened, Gufeng looked at the darkening streets with a troubled expression. "Young Master Gu, how old are you?" "I have a distant niece. She's 13 years old this year. She's very pretty. Do you want her to be your wife?" A warm-hearted townsfolk came forward, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke. Gufeng wasn't ugly, and he was tall and big. He was also simple and honest. He had a good reputation among these middle-aged women. They saw that Gufeng was not young anymore, but he was still alone. They were all warm-hearted and came to propose marriage. In the past few months, Gufeng had pushed back at least 7 or 8 such matters. "Ahem, Auntie Li, your medicine is ready. It's getting late, so you should go back first." Gufeng was not good at dealing with this kind of thing. After hurriedly wrapping up the medicine, he prevaricated and asked the woman to leave. However, the woman still didn't give up and continued to be long-winded. "Hey, why are you so stubborn? Can't you see that young Master Gu's wife is here?" At this time, a woman who was still waiting for the medicine couldn't stand it anymore. People who often came to Gufeng's small medical center knew that Gufeng had a fairy-like wife. However, because of her weak body, she didn't go out all year round. Gufeng was really good to his wife. Every day, after finishing his work, he hurried home, afraid that his wife would be alone at home and be afraid. While speaking, Gufeng ran out of the medical center in a panic. On the street, a woman walked over. The woman who wanted to propose marriage for Gufeng earlier looked over. Under the hazy sunset, the woman walked over step by step. She was dressed very plainly, without makeup, and without a pearl hairpin on her head. However, her appearance was enough to make up for all the shortcomings of her clothes. These women who were illiterate felt that their brains were about to explode. They couldn't think of a word to describe this woman in front of them. "Ling Er, why are you here?" Gufeng went forward and hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Donghuang Ling Er. It was already autumn. The autumn wind was blowing, and the weather was getting colder. Ever since Donghuang Ling Er's magic soul was corroded by the soul snake, her body hadn't been very good. Gufeng was afraid that she would catch a cold. Compared to when she just left the eastern capital, Donghuang Ling Er's complexion was much better. Her pale cheeks were already flushed red. Her body was also fuller than before. That pair of empty eyes also had some vitality. At least, when she saw Gufeng, her eyes became much gentler. I've boiled the medicine. Dong Huangling's voice was soft and gentle. When Gufing first took Dong Huangling away, she was in a daze. Her intelligence was like that of a 3-year-old child. After going through Gu Feng's unremitting treatment, coupled with the spiritual medicines that Yunsheng and Tianyi sent over, although Dong Huangling still couldn't remember much of the past, she was already able to move around freely and speak. To make it easier for Gu Feng to take care of Dong Huangling, he told others that Ling was his newly wedded wife. Because the two of them encountered bandits on the way, his wife was frightened and needed to rest. Thus, Dong Huangling slowly got used to Gufeng's existence. She might not know what Gufeng meant by husband. However, she knew that as long as her husband was here, her mood would be very good. If her husband came back late, she would feel uneasy. Gufeng was busy in the medical center during the day. At night, he still had to help the townspeople boil medicine. Seeing that Gufeng was working hard day and night, Dong Huangling clumsily boiled the medicine when he wasn't around. She planned to send it over to Gufeng to give him a surprise. Gufeng took a look at the medicine bottle. The medicine had already been boiled dry. It was no wonder. Dong Huangling was a princess. When in the palace, she had never personally boiled medicine. But even so, Gufeng was still very happy. His Ling knew how to feel sorry for him. Seeing the loving appearance of Gufeng and his wife, Dong Huangling, seeing that Gufeng's wife was so beautiful that she didn't look like an ordinary person, those gossipy women who had designs on Gufeng could only leave resentfully. Seeing that everyone had left, Gufeng pulled Dong Huangling into the house. Under the illumination magic formation, Dong Huangling's white and tender hands had a few blisters. Clearly, they were left behind when she was boiling medicine. Next time, when I'm not around, don't touch the fire. Gufeng felt very sorry for Dong Huangling. He hurriedly chanted light magic to heal her injuries. Seeing that Dong Huangling was both distressed and unhappy, a happy smile appeared on Dong Huangling's face. She liked to see this simple-minded man's anxious and angry look. The two of you are in a good mood. It's a pity that we had to look for you. A voice suddenly sounded, causing the warmth in the medical center to disappear. Outside the medical center, there were already many carriages. The sun had already set, and the streets of the small town were filled with a chill. Later Qin's crown prince, Duge Xiu, brought tens of blood iron guards and surrounded this small medical center. Beside him was the charming Madame Qi Bai. Chapter 841. Your Highness, long time no see. Looking at you, you seem to be living quite well. Madame Qi Bai looked at Dong Huangling and Gufeng with jealousy. Although Gufeng's appearance wasn't very good, and he was also a commoner, his feelings for Dong Huangling made Madame Qi Bai extremely jealous. If Duge Xiu could also treat her like this, she would be willing to shorten her lifespan by 10 years. Gufeng didn't expect that he and Dong Huangling would be found so quickly. Furthermore, they were in Zhou State's territory. Duge Xiu was actually so daring that he directly brought his own personal guards and barged into Zhou State. Duge Xiu, what do you want? Ling isn't willing to marry you. Gufeng stood in front of Ling and took out his magic scepter. From the day he escaped from the eastern capital, he had already sworn that no matter what happens in the future, he would protect Ling even if it means risking his own life. You are Gufeng, a sky-rank light magician. You studied under the dazzling light magician of the continent's magic elite camp. You are from Inaba village. You have a father, a mother, and a pair of younger siblings. What do you want? You are not allowed to harm my family. This is Zhou State's territory. You have no right to harm the people of Zhou State. Gufeng's body trembled because of his anger. The magic scepter in his hand also trembled. Gufeng knew Duge Xiu the best. He was despicable and cold-blooded. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. Ha ha ha, Gufeng, speaking of the law, do you know that the woman behind you is my crown prince's wife? I am officially married to her, and I have announced to the world that I am going to marry her. You secretly took away a man and made me a cuckold. Tell me, if the Emperor of Zhou State knew about this, would he help his people? You are slandering us. Ling Er and I are innocent. Gufeng wasn't willing to let his beloved woman be humiliated by Duge Xiu like this. Innocent? Tell me, who would believe that the princess is still a virgin? Duge Xiu's gaze was cold as he stared at Gufeng and Dong Huangling. Behind Gufeng, Dong Huangling was shivering in fear. She didn't know who had barged into the clinic, but she hated the man and woman in front of her. Especially that man, the way he looked at her was as if he was looking at something filthy. Noticing that Dong Huangling was trembling behind him, Gufeng felt both heartache and anger. However, there was nothing he could do. Dong Huangling and Duge Xiu were indeed engaged. If this matter was made public, Gufeng's life was a small matter, but Ling Er's reputation would be completely ruined. She was the princess of the eastern capital. If this marriage fell through, what awaited the eastern capital was likely to be a war between the two countries. Because of his impulsiveness, the people of the eastern capital were plunged into misery and suffering. Gufeng's heart was already bleeding. What do you want in order for you to let Ling Er go? Gufeng said with difficulty. He understood that not to mention that Duge Xiu had brought so many people with him, even if Duge Xiu was alone, with his martial emperor cultivation, Gufeng wouldn't be able to escape with Dong Huangling. Let her go. Gufeng, do you think that this crown prince is willing to marry a pair of broken shoes? As long as she is the princess of the eastern capital, she will be this crown prince's concubine. What I want is her identity. As for her person, this crown prince can casually find a woman who is 1,000 times better than her. Duge Xiu's words angered Gufeng. He rushed forward, wanting to fight Duge Xiu with his life. I won't allow you to insult Ling Er. Before Gufeng could rush forward, he was held down by a few guards. Don't bully him. Go away, you bad people, all of you go away. Seeing that Gufeng was being beaten up, Dong Huangling felt very uncomfortable. She threw the medicine bottle in her hand, wanting to go forward and stop those people. Madame Chi Bai grabbed onto Dong Huangling and looked at her appearance. TSK, kid, your medical skills are pretty good. You are even able to save someone whose magic soul was devoured by my soul snake. So what if I saved her? This crown prince is willing to marry a fool. Duge Xiu immediately felt that it was boring. Duge Xiu looked at Gufeng, who was still struggling bitterly. Duge Xiu smiled in disdain. Dong Huangling, who was at the side, looked at Gufeng with tears in her eyes. The two of them looked as if they were going to part forever, causing Duge Xiu to feel displeased. Although he didn't have the slightest interest in Dong Huangling, she was, after all, his crown prince's concubine. If Dong Huangling ran away with a man like Yi Baiming, Duge Xiu would still be able to somewhat let it go. However, Gufeng, who didn't have any status, strength, and even his appearance could only be considered passable, ran away. Duge Xiu felt very depressed. After all, Duge Xiu was just a light magician who didn't know how to attack. To deal with such a person, Duge Xiu wasn't even willing to put in too much effort. Looking at Gufeng's unreconciled expression, Duge Xiu couldn't help but have a little bit of bad fun. After returning from Taiyuan Mountain, he was in a very bad mood. Just nice, he could vent his anger on Gufeng. Let him go. Duguxiu waved his hand. Those guards immediately let go of Gufeng. Gufeng, I know that you are unreconciled. How about this? This crown prince will give you a chance. As long as you are able to withstand 10 punches from this crown prince, I will let Dong Huangling go. After Duguxiu said those words, Gufeng, who was originally in despair, had hope reignited in his eyes. No. Dong Huangling, who was at the side, shook her head with all her might. Subconsciously, she knew that this man who was like a wolf king was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Gufeng would die. 10 punches, only 10 punches. Do you mean what you say? Gufeng mumbled. He wasn't good at anything else, but if it was just taking a beating, as long as he was able to withstand 10 punches, he still had some confidence. This crown prince doesn't care to lie to a brat like you. Duguxiu originally only wanted to force Gufeng to beg for mercy. After all, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. The current Duguxiu had fused with a portion of the power of the halberd of the divine war. The strength of his left arm, let alone a mere sky magician, even if it was a martial emperor with a tyrannical constitution, he would be able to kill him with one punch. However, who would have thought that Gufeng, this brat, would actually stupidly agree to it? Duguxiu wanted to know how Gufeng was going to take 10 punches from him. It's a deal. Gufeng nodded towards Dong Huangling. He held his magic scepter tightly. This magic scepter was personally made for him by Yunxing back then. During this period of time, it had been modified several times. In the end, Yunxing had even fused a large amount of purple gold into it, increasing the power of the magic scepter by a lot. For many years, Gufeng had been carrying it by his side. To Gufeng, this magic scepter symbolized the countless days that he, Yunxing, and Qi had faced together. He was no longer alone. He had Yunxing, Qi, and Ling, to accompany him. 10 punches was just 10 punches. Under the effect of the sphere of light, he would definitely be able to endure it.